A very good morning to one and all who welcome you here to the Banlara Cricket Academy. We're getting ready for a very interesting encounter here between Woodland FC and, of course, Malgretoute, as they have been inserted by Woodland, who won the toss this morning and elected to field first, no doubt trying to exploit whatever moisture there might be in the wicket and try and see if they can skittle out their opponents for a small total. So I suppose that's understandable at this stage. So cricket very much in the air. I'm Ross Kamal working along with Azin Mandal, who is here with us as we welcome you to 360's coverage of the Southern Sports Premier League 2026. And the first ball is bang on target as they get themselves going. Yeah, Anil Haripasad, the man running up from that southern end. I always have to check, because when I'm in south and you say southern end, I say deep south. But for all intents and purposes, he's operating from the southern end of the ground. And there's a big hit. That's a glorious shot. And that is going to go all the way. So what a way for Christian Havicharan to get off the mark. Ramcharan rather.
Going hard to the only overs, making use of the power play and the closing field, going over the top over cover.
That really was a good shot. He got some room and he was committed to the shot, so he just went through the line and made it look very easy indeed.
Yeah, by no means was it a full delivery, but as I said, he did shoot it, got under it.
Of course, with the fielding restrictions, he can afford to take risk like that, and again, good adjustment coming there from Harry Prasad.
Yeah, much better line this time and that test match line, giving Ramcharan some trouble outside the off.
Must be said, the field does look a picture, and nice conditions. Here he goes again, and that's another shot, this one into the gap, and he's going to get a couple comfortably.
Yeah, this time, as much control as he was, he couldn't do any over. Timing wasn't there, this time he took it off as well. With 2 runs nevertheless.
Yeah, but again, you could see, as is the custom in the first 6 overs, the power play overs, the opening batsmen, or all batsmen who come to the crease, try to take advantage of those restrictions. They just have the one man down, a third man who is out, and here he goes again, and just as I referenced the fielder, he is brought into the attack.
On Paul Ruskin. Eliminate down to third man for a single. It brings Vikesh Arilochan on strike for the first time in this over, in this game.
This is a pretty productive over already. 10 runs off this over because we had the wide, and we had the 6, then the 2, and then we get the single. So they are pushing along quite nicely here with 10 runs in the very first over.
Yeah, nice solid start for Malgretoute, being asked to bat first after Woodland winning the toss earlier on in the day. It's an 11 o'clock start here in South Trinidad. Brian Lara Cricket Academy based in the southern sunshine.
Yeah, the ground really does look nice. It really looks like an international facility. The field looks top class. If you weren't sure, you might think you're in England or someplace, or in New Zealand. That's when that too is going to run away. And there was a little tickle onto that, so Harry Lochan now joins the scoring spree, and this over 14 runs off the first over, so a very productive first over.
Very productive indeed. Not the best of lines in that last delivery, just heading on the leg side and well helped on its way. Down to fine leg for 4 by Vikesh Harry Lochan. 14 in the first over. A good start for Malgretoute being asked about
Yeah, that's a very productive first over and for Malgretoute, and they didn't lose a wicket, which is even better for them. It means that they will certainly be looking to build on that. So Ahmed Sanka is the bowler who's going to take up the attack.
You're speaking about the condition of the facility here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Ruskin. I think it's set to become one of the latest test venues later this year.
Yeah, but it's only a matter of time. I imagine, I think there are plans to put stands somewhere, either here or there, on either the eastern side or the western side, to improve the capacity. And but what it does, it will, I suppose, if we put any kind of concrete structure here, it's going to take away some of that breeze that kind of blows across the ground. And I think people are used to that now. And that's a good delivery, and he's bowled him. A lot of movement on that one. He played away from his body, which is a cardinal sin. And as is the norm with that, he goes bowled neck and crop.
Neck and crop, a good start to the second over for Woodland after conceding 14 runs in the first over. The first wicket goes Malgretoute, 14 for 1.
So yeah, a good delivery too at that. And Christian Ramcharan, unfortunately, the man out. And so he did hit, what, he got 9 runs. So Sanka strikes first ball.
There's a comeback that Woodland would have wanted in the start of this second over. Not too sure if there was an inside edge onto that one, onto the stumps. He was playing away from his body. Or whether it was just movement off the pitch. A good start for Woodland taking that first wicket.
You could just see from his action, because normally, because so much is happening with the wrist as well, so, and the breeze, we were just talking about that breeze that tends to drift the ball in towards the right-handers. And he also went wide of the crease, so a lot of factors could have contributed to that, but that's a perfect delivery to start up with. And now we have 2 left-handers, because another left-hander has arrived at the crease. One. 176, if you have a 176 on your ship. Again, and that's another peach of a delivery to
Left-hander this time, starting so well against the right-hander the previous delivery. Now following up just as well outside the off stump of the left-hander. So good control at the start of the second over.
yeah, and he's taken full advantage of that breeze. He's just putting it down in front of the batsman, and again, and by the time it gets to them, it's going its merry way.
Seeing the movement in the air,
Yep.
swinging away from that off stump of the left-hander there.
I'm surprised they didn't invest in another slip, because the way he's moving the ball, chances are it will take an outside edge. And again, but
A bit shorter.
yeah, but This is close. That really was very, very close indeed.
Look straight, but in the umpire's mind is heading down. Bit too straight. What a second over. Leg by signal by the umpire. So 1 run added to the total. That should make it 15 at the end of 2 overs. What a start for Woodland.
Yeah, brilliant bowling again from Sanka. Unfortunately, he didn't get that 3rd wicket, but that would have been really an amazing feat. But he got 2 in the over, and he was very, very close to a 3rd.
Yeah, a 3rd wicket for Malgretoute in that second over would have been disastrous. So they'll be looking to push on now at the start of the 3rd. The leg by will bring the new batsman back on strike.
Yeah, so Rugby with work to do here, trying to, and that's the balancing act that they have to do now. They try to consolidate because you don't want to lose too many wickets too early. 2 in the power play, you could live with. 3, it's a bit of a stretch because few teams have been able to recover from losing 3 wickets in the power play. And again, you could just see the movement away as well. The breeze really is helping that away movement. Yeah.
So yeah, they would want to consolidate, but at the same time, overs are going. So
yeah, you want to put the total on the board. But I suppose you probably take what you get from the first 6, but now you're playing a kind of cat and mouse game. You don't want to lose any more wickets. This is going to be tight, and if he struck, he might have been out again. So
I think there were 2 chances there. It's probably a good thing he didn't time it as well, otherwise it might have gone straight to the fielder. And on the run out as well, looked a bit slow getting down the trip.
yeah, because he obviously was struggling a little bit to make it to the other end. But as they say, all's well that ends well. That's 1 more that will take the score now on to 16. And it brings the left-handed Harry Lochan back on strike. And again, he's feeling for delivery, but it's good bowling. You really have to tip your hat to these 2 opening bowlers. They have found something in the wicket, and but I think they're not getting carried away. They're maintaining that line, that disciplined line.
I think they use the conditions well so far.
And this could be another chance here. It's just, and he's taking it. That's a brilliant catch. Oh no, he's dropped it. Wow. He had it in his grasp, and even then, the return, he probably could have gotten it back to the wicketkeeper, and it would have been a spectacular catch, but he just failed to hold on to it.
He did all the hard work to get to it, turning around, taking it across his shoulder, but just the ball at the end and hitting the ground. Ball bubbles out. Excellent attempt though.
Yep, was a great attempt. The number 77. Oh, that's a good hit. Yep, that's a good hit. That one is going to run away for 4. So
That one just being in the arc, being in the zone and going with a shot through the line. 4 more.
yeah, that was a more convincing shot. So 22 on the board now. So very, it's shaping up to be an interesting battle. But if they keep losing wickets, that could go by the wayside very quickly. Now this is a strange field because we have a left-hander. I was just about to say there is a slip. Now they pulled away the slip, and they just have a short, fine leg now. And again, advancing down the wicket is Harry Lochan, trying to force the issue.
Yeah, no timing whatsoever in that one. But a single to end the over. The over is completed.
It should be 23 for 2.
23 for 2.
Yeah, and apart from the one boundary, the short ball that was pulled away for the boundary, for all intents and purposes, was a good over because he could have had a wicket in there, probably even two. There were two run-out opportunities, even the one with the drop catch. If he had kind of composed himself and sent up a pinpoint accurate return. And this is what you find that when you play at this level, the running between the wickets isn't always the best. A run out is almost always on the cards.
And quite often as well, on drop chances, that run out always seems to present itself, a run out chance.
Because the batsman tend to stop, thinking it's out, it's a wicket. It's another good delivery.
Continuing from where he left off in the previous over, just leaving the batsman somewhat outside that off stump. Another dot.
And because the tendency a lot of times is to go across the ball, it starts on the wicket and they play that line, but by the time it gets to them, it's at a different line entirely. There you go, that's more like it. That's a 6. Easy as you like it, and that's what I was saying. You have to play the line that the ball is at. Don't play the original line. Go with the ball.
I think this one he got the length as well, just to be able to drive them under it and over the infield. The first maximum of this encounter.
Actually, no, it's his second one because remember there was one that, there's one that went down the hill. But that's his first, and Harry Lochan. And again, into the gap this time, may not get to the boundary, and eventually it's fielded, and they're going to go for a third run. Well, the man who fielded the ball knocked it back as if he expected his teammate to be right behind him to pick it up and throw it. And the teammate kind of like switched off as if to say, well, you finished the fielding. And the batsman say, okay, since neither one of you want to throw the ball in, we'll take a third run.
Allowed them that third one very comfortably in the end. It was driven through the covers a bit uppishly, but in the gap. I think the fielder originally did well to stop it from going to the boundary. But the backup wasn't there as he would have expected.
That's the line. Again, you see the ball curving coming in and just misses, not by much. Again, the batsman is playing one line and the ball, by the time it gets to him, it's coming at a different line.
Very comfortably.
So 32 now on the board. And that was very well played in the end, presenting a broad bat there.
Speaking about playing the line, getting right behind this one.
Well, I think by now you recognize that the bowler is predominantly bringing the ball back into him. What might set him up is if he could get one to just straighten or to leave. And this time this could be another run-out opportunity here, and it just misses. But again, a good shot. He didn't try to go across the line. He played with the tide, and that will bring it up to 33 now for 2 at the end of 4.
4 completed, 33 for 2. Malgretoute being asked to bat first. Brilliant sunshine here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. In this, the first game of the Southern Sports Premier League.
Yeah, and the Southern Sports Premier League, they've been around for a while, helping to foster community development, and quite often people don't see that aspect of it, but whenever you play and you can represent your team in your community, and that's where these teams are so important, because they keep everybody together. The young ones kind of watch at the older ones, try to emulate them, and then when they get the opportunity, they become the household names in the communities.
Then we have thing nationally as well. This has to be a feeding program for
So we have a change in the bowling now that Bijlal. And this is in the air just wide. Apparently he didn't see it. Now the contact wasn't the best, but he probably could have moved a little bit quicker, but he just seemed to be going in slow motion.
It seems like he misjudged it. He thought it would have been much simpler and coming straight to him.
Yep. So they got this single, so that pushes it to 34 now. Harry Lochan is on strike. And that's well played. Brilliant fielding.
Yeah, good stuff there. To keep it just a 1.
Yep.
Take this one to 35.
Yep, so we're 35 now for the same 2 wickets. And so they're going to bring the slip back in. And there is a nice ring on the offside. There's nobody out on the offside. Everybody's on the onside. And there he is again trying to drive. Now he likes to play the ball. He likes to go through the line of the ball. And we saw in the first one when the ball was coming back at him, he was able to, he missed a few, but he was able to eventually catch up with 1 or 2. This time he's gone. Again, the ball moving away from him. He's trying to play the straight line when he, instead of going with the spin of the ball. And it's a good catch, because he was just put in that position there, coming out of the slip and going into that position. So the end of wicket number, the 3rd wicket, that's Rugby goes. And that's the 3rd wicket down. That will make it, what, 34, 35 for 3 now.
So more pressure for Malgretoute in this power play. We asked the bat first in the 5th over. We had 35 runs, 3 wickets down. With some work to do as we progress through the power play and into the middle overs.
And Bijlal striking an early blow as well. So in his first over, he has some success. And this is the fun part about it, is that guys could come. It's almost like you have a license to swing the bat, so to speak. But there has to be a level of thought, and you kind of like have to respect bowlers. If it's a quality bowler, then you have to be mindful of that.
They would have come into the innings with a plan. But with the fall of the wickets, that plan has to be adjusted somewhat.
And nicely.
Jagger, the new batsman for Malgretoute. Starting with a dot ball.
Now Bijlal hasn't been spinning the ball much, but he has a quick action. The ball doesn't flight it much. It kind of rushes onto you as a batsman. But that's also the kind of bowler that you want to face, because you could kind of go through the line with him. It's the end of the over. I think 2 runs coming from this 35. Yeah, 35 for the loss of 3 wickets.
35 for 3 after 5. 37.
37.
37. One over left in the power play within the first 6 overs of this innings. Malgretoute, remember, we asked the bat first. That was the first thing that he did.
bowling around the wicket. But he's still there doing the important thing, trying to pick his spots. Jagisa. And it's nice and cool. It's not blistering hot sun, so yep. And that's a good hit. That's gone. From the moment it left the bat, you could just see the ball climbing.
Vishan Jagasa heading off the mark in some style into the stands here at the Royal Irish Cricket Academy. 6. Takes the score to 44.
Yeah, that's a good hit, and they need a couple more like that. And this is going to be interesting now that after the field restrictions will be relaxed a bit.
It'll be very interesting to see how the Malgretoute batsman goes through that middle over phase after having lost 3 wickets in the power play wide. Take the score on by 1.
Yeah, that pushes it 45 now. And a bit of misfielding there. I thought he had it covered, but he didn't. And it just soon passed him and went to the boundary for 4.
Some with an offer to end the over and to end the power play. Made use of by the batsman. 4 runs to end it.
49 now.
49 for 3. Could have been much worse for Malgretoute, but they're still in the contest. Chances, 1 drop catch, a couple run out chances. This would have to make the most of it going forward. Wicket Harry Nochan opening the batting, still there after the 6 overs, the 16 of 10 deliveries. He'll want to stay there. And Vishan Jagasa recently to the wicket with 2 boundaries, 6 and a 4. He's on 10 over 7.
So is it going to be Bridgelal who's going to continue from that southern end? Actually looks you could see the breeze, the shirts just fluttering in the breeze on some of the fielders. So Rupnarain.
Some discussion we've had with the umpires tonight. Looks to be all sorted.
Funny enough, I saw him earlier, like he had to get a drink of water or something from the umpire, and I was saying, my man, the umpire was out there well equipped. He was able to provide water on demand. So I don't know if he's maybe has a cold or something, or just seemed to be suffering it somehow. Got a quick drink of water, and the umpire just calmly slotted it back in his pocket. Yes.
It does take some time of the game for someone have to run off the field, water and back off. But it puts them upward of that one.
So from around the wicket, and it should be a wide. It is. I'd have to say the umpire's making himself big. And again, so let's do it again. There's the exercise for the day. a much better delivery. You could just see the ball angling in. Doesn't spin much. It comes with the arm.
Yeah, much better line this time by Samuel. Just cramping the batsman. Vikesh Harry runs the room.
They played. They want a second. It's not there. That's good cricket. They might get it now, though. Although it's backed up nicely in the outfield, and they can't get the overthrow.
Yeah, good to see the intent on both occasions, before and after hitting the stumps. Recognizing that these ones and twos could make a difference to the impact of the total in the end after 20.
Yeah, you need every run now after you lost those 3 wickets. You want to keep going, you want to keep building, and so if you can get 6 and over without any risk, and then you probably get a boundary or 2 inside of there, you'll take those.
Easy single this time down to long off.
Yeah, and that's good cricket, because you're seeing what the captain is giving you. He's giving you that single all the time. So you basically want, if you're not going to hit a boundary, then you take that single every time. And again, so this is good, sensible cricket, and obviously it's something that the 2 batsmen probably would have sorted out in their minds. Slightly quicker delivery. That's a good blow, but it could be trouble here. Does he catch it and brings it back? He does stay in bounds. So, well, again, another possible boundary, but a 6 he was hoping for, but at the end of the day, it's another wicket.
Well judged catch on the boundary there. Fall of the 4th wicket for Malgretoute. Being asked about first. Yeah, just keeping himself in play.
So Jagisa has to go.
Would not have been the easiest of catching him in the sun. Looking out at it, but well judged in the end. 53 for 4. 7 overs completed. Vikesh Harry 18 of 13 deliveries. He would have started the innings. He would have been hoping that he could have continued throughout the innings. It wasn't to be. At this stage, we've seen a projected score of 151. Just to get there, Malgretoute will have to keep some wickets intact, especially over the next few overs.
So the problem is that they keep losing these wickets, and that's not a good recipe for them.
New batsman striding to the crease for Malgretoute. Amir Mohammed. 4 wickets down there. And really, they can't afford to lose any more anytime soon.
No, that's the one constant is that they've been losing these wickets. In between, they've had moments, a couple big 6s, but the wickets will undermine everything else. There he goes again. That's another good hit. That's gone.
Goodness, what a first delivery. What a way to get off the mark. Just rocking back in the back foot, open mid wicket. Sailing over the boundary very comfortably. 6 runs.
Actually, that is Harry Lochan, who is out there. Yeah, keep building his score.
Vikesh now 18 of 13.
trying once again, and you can see him rehearsing the shot with a little more venom in the swing this time. Can't get it through, but you can see he has a tendency to want to just stay on that back foot and just swing the bat.
Looks most comfortable right there.
And again, that's another maximum, almost the identical spot.
Yeah, really getting into his groove now, really getting into the innings. He moves on to 30. Quite similar to the earlier maximum in the over.
So it's a good base for him. He says he likes this area here. I don't know if he wants to work out the field at that wideish long on position. Not to catch it, but to retrieve it. Goes over the wicket now. And umpire getting in his exercise for today. And that's well played. That's a good shot. So we're just going to settle for a single. And
Good shot and good cricket as well. 2 maximums earlier in the over. Now just making it 67 for 4.
And this is Amir Mohammed finally getting a chance. So that will end the over. Not a bad effort so far. And 67 for 4 now after 8 overs.
After the indication, Woodland still there on the 31 not out. 80 deliveries have started the innings. Seeing 4 wickets fall on the other end, he needs to continue. If Malgretoute are to post a formidable score after their 20. Remember, Woodland winning the toss earlier on and asking Malgretoute to take a first strike. It's all about the Southern Sports Premier League coming to you live here at 360 from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in Taruba, South Trinidad. As they make the decision now as to who will be entrusted with the 9th over. Nice atmosphere at the Brian Lara as well. Some music playing in the background. A small crowd has gathered. Of course, it's a community-based league, so the community will come out, family members will come out to support players as well, while adding to the atmosphere of this Southern Sports Premier League.
And Woodland don't want it to slip away from them right now. They just need to stay on top of their game. They're off to a good start.
Just throwing an eye on that projected score, has moved up from where it was a bit earlier. It's now 168, a current run rate of 8.3. Back on strike.
And they might get a second if they hurry here, and they will. And that's good running again.
Acres of space there. That too was always on. Well judged, well taken. The previous score to 69.
Yeah, the fielder was so far way out in the distance, and it's a fair distance for him to travel on that western side of the ground.
Far away from that area.
Yep, it's a good comeback delivery though. And again, they could do the same thing here. However, it seems as if Mohammed wasn't interested in a second run. And the bowler was trying to fake him out. The ball was nowhere near him. He was sliding as if he was going to make this stop.
But I do think the second was on then, if the intent was there.
early o'clock, yeah. Now we can see the sun trying to really take over, but it's still relatively cool compared to how it's been on other occasions. We've had some hot days. It's a good delivery again. A little bit quicker.
Thought about a show there, but I think down with it high as well.
That's a good delivery because just a little bit of movement and a little bit of bounce as well. So
It's been a good over so far.
he's imparting a fair amount of spin on the ball. And again, so good second half of the over where he was tight. He was a lot tighter, and but more importantly, bowling to Mohammed, he seemed to enjoy bowling to Mohammed because Mohammed hasn't really settled as yet, and I think he's come with the mindset of just consolidating a little bit. So that's the end of that over, and they just pushed on to 71 for 4 now after 9. And they're going to need him to bat deep in this innings because they can ill afford Is this Amit Sankar is back into the attack? So a comfortable single to start proceedings here. And it's good to see they're not just getting carried away trying to hit everything out of the ground. If the bowler produces a good delivery, treated with respect.
Okay. Harry Lutton looks comfortable at the crease now.
And that's well played from Mohammed.
And we're finally off the mark after 5 deliveries. They just gone to 72.
Yeah, he certainly took a while to get himself started. Actually, it should be, I think there are 2 singles. It should be 73 right now because there are 2 singles in the over so far. Yeah. Sanka. And again, so he's back to that nice little shape that goes across the left-hander.
What we saw earlier on in the innings.
And so he's in his 4th and final over, 2 for 28. And mixing up his deliveries quite nicely here now.
This time batsman trying to be cheeky and just dodging it fine. Not making contact. It's too close for him for the shot probably. Stays on 73.
A gift there that he couldn't accept because he got it on the full, but again he's trying to close the face of the bat as opposed to presenting the full face of the bat.
Proceeding to get into short third. Not dot, it stays on 73 as we're about to wrap the 10.
It's just 3 fielders on the onside.
And he finds one of them.
Yep. guess he's bowled into his field, as they say, and just keeping it tight. So that's the end of over number 10. It's 74 for 4 after 10. So 74 or 75 for 4 after 10.
Woodland is winning the toss, batting first, sending, asking Malgretoute to bat first. I've restricted them to 74 after 10. At the halfway stage, Ruskin, you will see Woodland happier with both teams.
Yeah, I think because they knew that if they just keep taking wickets, they may not bowl out the full allotment. But the flip side of that, of course, is with their opponents, who Malgretoute must be thinking of a score in excess of 130, 140. And if they could get maybe up to 160, I think they'll be happy about that.
I think the next 2 or 3 overs are very, very critical in this innings for Malgretoute. Losing any more wickets in that period is going to be detrimental to reaching anywhere close to 160.
Yeah, that's a big if here. If they don't lose wickets, and that's another big stripe. So 75 for 4 as we start over number 11. So Ramesh Brijlal is back into the attack.
Good starting over again, 2 dots.
Quicker delivery, and that has just helped its way. That's a good shot. From the moment it left the bat, you just know the sound when it hit the bat that well.
Comfortably over mid-wicket to 6.
So that's 50 to Harry Lochan.
Whatever it has been for him, he's seen the wickets falling at the other end. He has stayed for his team.
So again, they're trying to see if they can adjust it. Yeah, he has been having an issue of some type. Okay, well, Harry Lochan seemed to be back on his feet, and so everything is everything now. He has a 50 to his name, and we have some news to inform you. We'll tell you that in a moment. Here he goes again, and once again he finds the gap. And the initial, a little bit of misfielding, but still able to prevent it from going into the boundary of that wideish third man deep backward point position. And he gets two more.
Yes, one interesting piece of news, as you put it, coming through from the officials during the break.
And this time he goes the other side of the fielder. So he's getting a decent little workout here, running to his left, to his right. And but this time he limits them to just the one run. Yeah, you were saying that the overs number 5 and 10, whatever runs are scored in those overs will be doubled and added to the tour. If I'm a bowler, I wouldn't like that too much, because it means my analysis will also be spoilt somewhat in those overs.
What has most innovations in the game? It seems to be in favor of the batsman. But in the end, it's 11 overs completed. Malgretoute batting first, 86 for 4.
Yeah, so they've made that little adjustment there, where the runs you score in the 5th and the 10th overs will count for double. And I'm trying to think back which over it is they had those two mighty sixes here. Was that the 5th or the 6th over where he bludgeoned a couple sixes in this area here? Well, actually, that might have been over the 8th over. That's the one where he had the two maximums. Yep. Yeah, he was saying, why couldn't I have done that in the 5th over or the 10th over? With a count as double. So, because remember we used to play cricket without restrictions. Then they brought in the fielding restrictions. And I remember one time I was playing for Paragon, and we played Queen's Park. And there were two good friends. When I say good friends, I mean good friends. They went to school together, they played cricket together, they played for Trinidad together, and what have you. One was Joey Carew, and the other one was Hammond Furlong. Actually, it was Carl Furlong. And Carl Furlong was batting for Paragon, and Joey Carew was captain in Queen's Park. Yes, a delivery that one is coming in. Struck him on the pad. He missed the glance, Mohammed, but he survives. He's going to get a leg by. And again, as in the case of limited overs cricket, there's always, there's like a water break and you do whatever. But the rule was one water break. And Joey Carew was such a taskmaster. And again, just a little nudge and a run by Harry Lochan. Yep. And Joey Carew, when Joey Carew spread the field, there weren't restrictions, so you could spread the field. So everybody was on the boundary. So you could imagine you had to run every run in there. And Joey Carew worked that out. That's well played. That's a good stop as well. And they will get the single eventually. And Joey Carew spread the field, so everybody was on the boundary. So obviously he was protecting the boundaries. And Carl Furlong, and they'd have to run every run. So obviously he's tired. And Joey Carew said, umps, the rule is one water break. So they can't break. If he wants water, let him go off the field. That's a good hit. This is going to come close to the boundary, but he won't get there. And I tell you, these are good friends, This is like best man at the wedding and what have that kind of friendship. And Joey Carew said, no, the rule is one water break. If he wants water, let him out and, or go off the field. And Joey Carew was dead serious. Very good.
Down the leg side, one single by the umpire. It's on the 19.
Yep, and that was the mind of a Joey Carew. You know, he was playing within the rules, but boy, he would squeeze you as much as he can. That was well bowled again. Just a little hint of movement in, which is something we haven't seen much of. Most of the other bowlers tended to go away from their left-handers.
There's the angle coming wide of the crease. Any other dot to finish? The 12, 12 was gone. Malgretoute been asked about first and 19.
So as we welcome you back to the Banlara Cricket Academy, we're getting ready now for over number 13, and once again they can't get the runs going. That helps.
By this extra. It's 91. But at some point you'll have to decide we have 6 wickets inside. You have to make a go for it. Protect the score now 150 at this rate.
And Anil's having his problems here.
Alignment problems.
Yep. Radar not working. Has to canter somewhat, because he's one down the leg side, one wide outside the off stump, one down the leg side again. And this time he gets it right. He almost got Harry Lochan to commit a false shot, but again he didn't middle the ball as well as he's done on previous occasions.
But it's a good thing for him that he didn't. Dropping well short of the fielder there at long on, just a single. He was on the 93.
Again, the batsman kind of dug himself a grave there because he moved so early that the umpire gave the bowler a little bit of leeway there. Mohammed stepped across to the offside, and the bowler kind of pushed it further while the umpire concurred. And again, and that's a good hit. That should be a wicket. Yes, it is. As he was swinging hard at it, Amir Mohammed, and a good catch taken behind the stumps there. So he goes for 4, and they've lost another wicket.
Scorchers, on the other hand, still there on 54 not out. The new batsman tries the wicket. With some work to do if Malgretoute got to get up. A challenging total at the end of 20. He's in his second over. Kevin Celestin, keeper for
Right.
Woodland, taking that catch behind the stumps. Smart catch as well.
That's going, but it's going to drop safely as well. They will get a second run though.
Good forceful run again to complete the second. It's into no man's land. With the second one easy enough, and that's the end of 13. 13 overs completed. Malgretoute batting first, 96 for 5.
Yeah, and that represents a recovery of sorts after they'd lost some early wickets, and now they're trying to push on now. And the good thing is that because they'd lost those 2 early wickets, and then they were 37 for 3 at one stage. They were still in the power play. They obviously had to make a business decision, as we say, and not lose too many wickets. But immediately coming out of the power play, they then lost a 4th wicket, and there's where the consolidation took place. Here they go again. This could be interesting if he hits, and he just misses. To Owen Dick.
A lot happening here with that delivery from faced by Owen Dick. Eventually getting off the mark. Not doing too much about it in the first instance, and then the running was eventually the wickets either.
It's always going to be a bit of a scramble. This could be he could be in play here, and he held on to this one this time. That's good work from Munwa. Cheyenne Munwa taking a good catch, and finally they've been able to dismiss the danger man.
Good catch in the end. I thought he would not have had it. He took it very low indeed, not giving himself any opportunity if there was a bubble, but in the end being able to hold on to it. And the big wicket of Vikesh Harilocha. It's a big wicket for Woodland as they now restrict Malgretoute to 97 for 6. Exactly where they did not want to be at this stage, losing wickets.
Yeah, this was always going to be the one thing they didn't want. After they kind of consolidated and got themselves back on track, but now you're starting to lose wickets again, and that always makes life very difficult.
So we say that Woodland firmly in control now. Because of the wicket that just fell, Wood was as well.
Yeah, he was the mainstay of the innings so far, and but it's now incumbent on everybody to try to make some kind of a contribution here. And a little partnership, 10, 15 runs, they all count. That's another good delivery. Again, just getting the ball to cave back in a little bit.
That has generally been the trend throughout the innings.
So
Was spelled by Gino so far in the second over, 1 for 5.
Balaram again. That's well played, and that's good running because he didn't try to hit it too hard, recognizing that the fielders were on the field restriction or the end of that 30-meter line, so they were able to more than enough time to complete a single.
All of those quick wickets again, they will have to have a small consolidation phase going into the post, the last overs.
Yeah, because the one thing you don't want is to leave overs on the board. That's not going to help you. But if you bat out and you get into, let's say you get into the last 2 overs with 3 wickets in hand, then you could probably still have a bit of a swing, take some risks. Dick again is very patient, not prepared to do anything rash for the moment. The end of another good over from Balaram, and at the end of that over, 98 for 6 now after 14. As we're doing this game and I'm looking at the other activities, this competition rather, it kind of reminds you of something like the Eddie Hart League that allows teams to, just to play and, like I said, I admire initiatives like this because it helps to bring the communities together. It gives them another opportunity to play. Obviously, they'll be playing in their whatever zone or whatever leagues they normally would play. But this is kind of like an additional competition for them.
They got an opportunity to play in a venue such as this.
Yep.
For these players to play, really good for them as well.
We take it for granted now because so much cricket is played here. So players may get an opportunity to play here, quite regular 3 times, maybe 4 times a year now. But there was a time, for example, like at the Oval, a number of the top players would never have played at the Oval. And, it was like a hallowed turf, so to get, yes.
It does make a big difference. It makes a difference in the attitude towards the game, the impact on the personal game itself of each player.
So they're going to get this single this time. He's the captain of the team, is it? And we would have seen how brilliant a fieldsman he's been over the years. Probably not as nimble as he once was, but still, I'm sure muscle memory could kick in at any time. Flirted with danger there, but not being punished for it.
Looking to go high or over the left side, not making contact.
And this time there's a loud appeal. Yes, the umpires decided that Dick will have to go. And he's been there for a little while, but only 1 run on the board. So that's another crucial breakthrough there for Brown.
102 for 7 it is now. Wickets continue to fall for Malgretoute as they try to build a challenging total in this first game of the Southern Sports Premier League here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Wickets continue to lose wickets. 102 for 7. Still within the 15th over. Very much in danger of not facing their full overs and making maximum use of the 20 overs. Woodland continue to chip away after asking Malgretoute to bat first.
So again, another setback for Malgretoute. They really need to just to maintain an attack here. But that's what losing wickets will do to you. It kind of forces you to do a quick rethink. And but whatever the adjustment is,
Skipper Brown getting his first wicket in his first over. He will want to continue in that vein for his team.
and almost breaking through there for a second time in the over. Now he does have a long on and a long off. There's a deep mid wicket and a deep point. Those are the men out. Generous flight. And this could be another run out chance. I thought he went to the wrong end. He probably could have just tried at this end here. It's a shorter distance for the ball to travel. And he probably just needed to get it to the keeper. But he opted to try the non-striker's end. And well, Simeon was able to survive that to end the over. They got a run after all of that. It's 103 now for 7.
50 gone, 103 for 7. Yes, I agree. I think he should have gone to the closer end, the striking end. In the end, they complete the single.
Yeah, look at that. 56 run total. That's sort of sticking out there like a sore thumb.
Amongst all the others.
Yep.
I really think that this has been a crucial point in the game so far, the falling of Harry Luton's wicket. Because he was going very comfortably. Would have been able to put some pressure on Woodland in these final overs. As it is, it's 103 for 7. 5 overs remaining.
Yeah. And of course, he seemed to be struggling a little bit with some kind of respiratory problem. It was almost like he was choking. He just seemed to be running out of energy as he was batting there. And that's the other thing too. Guys don't realize when you play at this level and you're probably not as physically fit as when you swing the bat, the force that they swing in the bat is another good delivery to start things off. When you're swinging the bat with the kind of full-bodied swing that they swing, and they take a lot of energy out of themselves. And after you do that 3-4 times, you're winded.
One-on-one water break.
You need something. You need something. Remember long time you used to have glucose? Yep. You need an energy drink of some sort.
Single takes this one to 104 for 7. Ramesh, it is third over, 1 for 14.
This could be another chance here, and settling under it and taking it quite comfortably in the end. Rupnarayan takes the catch.
8 wickets down. Malgretoute under some serious pressure now. With just 2 wickets remaining as they approach the final overs. Woodland winning the toss early on, asking Malgretoute to bat. Certainly continue to chip away throughout the 20 overs at the wickets. And at the moment, in the 16th, halfway through the 16th, Malgretoute 104 for 8.
Yeah, and that's what we were referencing earlier. The need to keep some wickets, preserve some wickets for that last 2 overs or so, where you could probably just go full bore and try to see if you could play catch up then. But if you lose the wickets now, another wicket or 2, you're basically you shot yourself in the foot because you're leaving 2 and 3 overs on the board. That's 12 to 18 deliveries.
Yeah, but 8 wickets down halfway through the 16 games. Serious jeopardy of not being able to face their full 20. Which is the first cardinal sin.
Yep.
Posting a total on the board.
Yeah, you don't want to do that at all.
2 for 14, Ramesh, in his third over.
So is it Shane is the new batsman? Edged and just dropping short. So again, almost fell into the trap there. And it's a nice set offside field if you can just manage to take it away from the left-hander. Again, he has that quick action that it doesn't allow the ball, he doesn't flight the ball very much.
Compared to what we previously saw from the southern end. Which was very quickly through the air.
Yeah, Brown was really tossing them up. Again, he's having difficulty keeping his eyes on the ball because that was a slower turner than some of the others. Yep, and he just seemed to want to hit it out of the ground. 104 for 8 at the end of the over.
4 overs remaining in this one. But with just 2 wickets in hand, Malgretoute in some trouble with some pressure. We'll be looking to at least milk the last 4 overs, if not go hard at it. Projected score now down to 130. At one point it was 168. But with the fall of the wickets, even bringing that expectation down.
Yeah, because we had originally said 130, and with a little bit of luck, I was thinking, well, okay, they might get to 160, but having lost that many wickets, and there's another chance, and he drops it. Well, did he drop it over the fence? Yes, he did. Well, it went for 6.
It looked like he had it covered from here. He got it. He did all he had. Not being able to hold on to it. And add insult to injury. Taking it over the boundary. 6 to the total. Malgretoute will be happy with that.
And again, Brown is really testing your patience here as a batsman.
Almost a replay of the previous shot. Not making as much contact, just a single.
It's almost as if he's daring you to drown in honey. You be your own worst enemy here by either swinging too early or trying to swing too hard. He's putting no pace on the ball at all. Down the wicket he goes, and he's out stumped. Well.
And that was even slower. That took 5 days, a test match to get him. In the end, the 9th wicket goes 110 for 9. Malgretoute batting first in the 17th over.
So Celestin again doing good work behind the stumps with that brilliant piece of stumping, and Brown, just as the doctor ordered, batsman, as we say, head in the air. And they've lost wicket number 9.
3.5 overs remaining. Last wicket partnership inside for Malgretoute being asked to bat first. They'll want to try to see how much they can get out of these last few deliveries. Give themselves something to bowl at.
Yeah, but they have a lot of overs. That's what we were referencing. You don't want to leave 3 overs on the board. That's 18 balls that you could, do some damage. Maybe get a couple of boundaries. Even if you get 3 or 4, get 1 on an over. That's 12 runs more than you had. And there's Brown again, and into the gap it goes, but it's going to die, and it's only going to get a single. Yep, we should be hopping on one leg.
Slow flight through the air.
Yeah, and when you say slow is really being generous. This might actually get there. Yes, it will.
I don't think he got all of it. It seems to be a leading edge after the huge swing. But again, it's coming through so slow to him. The timing it is a bit difficult.
You have to put all the power, all the pace into the shot.
115 for 9.
But can they get to 130? That's a big debate here now. Can they survive? Quicker delivery now, just mixing it up there, Brown. And that ends another over. So 17 completed now. It's 115 for 9.
3 overs to go in this innings. Malgretoute with their final partnership at the crease. As I said, Ruskin, 18 deliveries. How much can they get from 18 to add to the 115 that they have to give themselves a chance when they take the field?
Yeah. Now you only have, this is your last pair. So you don't have another batsman to come, and we don't play last man bat out at this level. So remember when he used to do that in the backyard, last man bat out, and you can make a ton load of runs. You know, there's the last man. But here you're almost compelled to want to hit the ball, unless you're convinced you can hit it out the ground, hit it on the ground. And this man is not giving much away. That one was a quicker delivery. I don't mind that, because if you just, as you say, head in the air like we saw before, and you just give the wicket away, he's probably just there waiting for something in his arc, and trying to see if he can't pinch a run or two. And I think they recognize, look, we need to bat out the 20 overs. We just take what we get and see. But I just feel he's going to have a dip. At one of these, he's going to have a swing. And yep. And that was a googly. You could see the ball deviating and rushing into the pad. Because he bowled so quickly, sometimes I don't think the batsman really knew which way the ball is going to go. Obviously, they're not reading him. Once again, he's limiting them to just a 1 run. But that's okay, because the innings is still progressing. Whereas you just throw the bat, you get out, then that's it. And this is kind of psychological to it, because it means that you're frustrating the fielders. And here he goes. This is high in the air, and coming along again, taking another fine catch there. Certainly a good catch there. That looks like Rupnarain coming across and doing the honors. And the innings will come to a close with certainly with just about 2 overs left. And again, that's another 12 balls that they fail to utilize.
End of the innings, Woodland winning the toss, asking Malgretoute to bat first. Malgretoute all out at the end of the 18th over for 116. Good performance in the field, and with the ball for Woodland, continuously taking wickets throughout the innings that pegged Malgretoute back somewhat. One innings that stood out for Malgretoute, and that is of the opener, Vikesh Lochan, with some 56, if I remember correctly. Other than that, nothing really from the rest of the batsmen.
No, and which is unfortunate, because the wicket really didn't have too many tears. It was just a question of bad shot selections, a little bit of anxiety, everybody wanting to get on with things, when maybe a little more of a deliberate and concentrated approach might have done the trick for them. But who knows? As you say, that's runs on the board, and now it's up to the Woodland FC to see if they can get 117 for victory, and we'll get to their reply when we come back.
Live here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. The start of the Southern Sports Premier League. This first encounter, Woodland taking on Malgretoute. Woodland winning the toss, asking Malgretoute to bat first. Malgretoute only amassing 116, bowled out, all out in 18 overs, leaving Woodland with a target of 117. As we welcome back Ruskin after the break.
Because we have Chino Balram and Keon Silvestre as the two opening batsmen.
One one seven the target. 20 overs.
So this is where things have become very, very interesting here. Can they get to a better start? Job of it, and yeah, certainly it's going to be interesting. I think they just need to get a good start. Once they get that start, it should make life very, very easy for them. And it's interesting to see how they do this chase. When do they go at it hard, or do they take their time about it? Celestine understanding that they're really under no real pressure here to go gung-ho, but you don't want to leave it till late either. You still want to make sure that you get the runs on the board as early as you can. And should get a second run here quite comfortably.
Yeah, this one turned away on the leg side easily for 2 to start this run chase.
Yeah, it's going to be a scenario there where they're going to need everybody to put their hands up and try to contribute.
Right. 3 without loss, chasing 117. So Woodland could take it easy, going through these 20 overs in chase of 117, or they can go the other route.
And that's well played again. Can't get a run for it though, but you could see the intent there.
Anderson Reynolds opening the bowling for Malgretoute.
Opting to bowl over the wicket to the right-hander. And here's a loud appeal, LBW, and yes, he's out. So, again, touching down just on about that leg stump, but coming across the right-hander. And Celestine has to go. So he goes for 2.
Just the start that Malgretoute would have wanted in defense of this small total of 116. The first wicket goes in the first over, at the end of the first over. Woodland chasing 117, a 3 for 1.
Yeah, that's a perfect start for them. And this is really what they have to do. It's difficult for them to defend 118, so they're going to have to take wickets.
Yeah, I'm going to say this is the first step towards that defense. It's got to be taking wickets. There is no way going to restrict the opposition for 116 inside 20 overs without taking continuous wickets throughout the innings.
Yeah, that's the
The equation now reads 114 from 114.
So that's what Cheyenne Munwa is the new batsman. Took a couple good catches out in the deep, and I'm sure he would want to contribute now with the bat to cap it off.
Yeah, so often having a good game in one facet of the game translates into the other.
And immediately he goes searching for a wide delivery.
Nowhere near it in the end.
Yep.
That brings an end to the first over. 1 gone. It's 3 for 1 in response to Malgretoute's 116.
Yeah, not a bad over from Reynolds. He didn't concede a boundary. He just kept it, as they say, thereabouts. Not really trying to do too much, become too fancy. And as a result of that, he's kept everything calm, giving his team the best chance. And it's going to be Dick who's going to pick up the attack now. Dick, Benny batted, he only made what, 4 or 1? Irwin Dick. Yep. So
coming down pretty late in the innings for Malgretoute. Wasn't able to contribute too much with the bat. But I would think that this is what his place is in the team for. That's with the ball.
Yep, to do some damage with the ball for them. He's a big fellow. Arms and hands and legs going all over the place.
A lot of time taken in between the overs. Still some adjustments being made to the field.
Yeah, there's just a one slip, which is understandable. The fast bowler is bowling, so you want to give him a little bit of encouragement.
The 2 men out deep on the offside. 3rd man backward point.
Didn't really get the pace into that one, and the batsman certainly could have done better with it, but you could see him. And that's the thing, the mindset is what is so important, is that they know that it's not a big chase, but you don't want to fall behind And so in the power play overs, you still want to get off to a good start. This time he's getting it away, just bouncing in front of the fielder.
A similar stroke to the previous delivery. This time making a little more contact, but short of the fielder.
Yeah, they have to be so careful. They know that they can get these runs, but you still have to get them. And you kind of have to plan how you're going to get them.
Yes, sometimes these small chases can be very tricky indeed.
Yeah, because you go away from whatever the plan is, and everybody feels they can, they can do it. If you consolidate, fine. But in the power play overs, you want to get a good start. And so if you could chip away and get, 30, 35, maybe even 40 runs out of the way in the power play overs, the rest of the chase, as they say, is a cakewalk. And especially if you don't lose too many wickets in there. They've already lost Celestine for 2. Again, another good delivery. You could just see the ball coming back in, and that's a result of the sort of open-chested action that he has. He kind of, because he's so square and so front on, all you could do is push it lighter because the hand can't just go on its own. So it tends to just go in like that. And he needs to work on the run-up though, because sometimes watch out, he's chipping there. So it's really just shoulder he's bowling from. All the momentum goes out of his action because of the run-up. He's chopping as he's
so
coming.
there seems to be no momentum from the body into the shoulder, through the arms.
Yes, it's pure shoulder. He's just bowling. He might as well just stand up there and wrong his arm and let it go, because all the running is negated when he cannot get the momentum. He can't benefit from
which
the
will
momentum.
mean he's not getting the pace that he could get as well.
Yep. And again, targeting that area. Going to get a couple. Mightn't get to the boundary. In fact, it won't get to the boundary. And they have to be so mindful to try to keep the pressure on. Sure, that was 2 runs, but if they ran quickly, they probably could have gotten a 3rd, just so that they alert the fielders that they're not just looking to cruise through this. They might put pressure on them and let them know that they want to get this win as quickly as possible. That's well played and very well fielded too. And he just dropped the right hand on it and stopped it.
Yeah, very well fielded in the end. I thought I got past him, but as I said, just at the last minute he was able to get the hand, if nothing else, behind it. Just good enough to prevent any thought of a run. 2 overs gone. At the end of the second, chasing 117. Malgretoute defending 116. Woodland are 7 for 1.
Yeah, so they got 3 of the first over, 4 of the second, and so maybe they're just building a little momentum here, trying to see how quickly they can overcome this 160. Scored by the Malgretoute, but they need wickets. They need them in a bad way now. Any kind of partnership at all.
We'll see a quick end to this game, basically.
So Reynolds is going to continue. He had a wicket in his first over.
Yeah, once he is with, that single will always be on. Easily taken to take the score on to 8.
Yeah, we know that there's a lot of other cricket taking place. We have National League cricket also in the works. So plenty to plunder. And that's well played. That's gonna go. That's going, gone. 4 runs.
Yeah, certainly the most confident looking shot so far for this innings in this reply.
That boundary taking the score now on to 12. 12 for 1 in the third over.
It's a good shot again. It's right there in his wagon wheel. He just had to pick up the line and just carry through with the bat.
Still within the first 6 overs, so the field still inside.
And again, that's even better. And that's gone all the way.
This time much straighter, going with it. Straight over the boundary. 6 more added to the total. Woodland looking to make small of this, a total of this chase of 116. They're now 18 for 1 halfway through the third.
Yeah, this is a very productive over. And again, this could be out though, as he mistimed that one, and he will have to leave for 14.
Looking for it for a third time in a row, this time not making the timing, not making the contact as he did previously, and holding out to mid-off. Gino goes, 14 off 7. The second wicket falls in this chase for Woodland. Does that make things interesting going forward now?
He certainly badly miscued it. He was trying to lift it over the head of the mid-off fielder. There was no long off, there was only a mid-off. And he failed to really make proper contact. He got height but no distance.
Excellent comeback in the over for Anderson Reynolds after having gone for a 4 and a maximum to get the wicket. 18 for 2, chasing 117.
Yeah, a bit of a blow there for them. So as the new batsman makes his way out into the middle, probably pondering what approach to take. We saw the patient approach to the first over too, and we had a little bit of an explosion in this over, but it cost them a second wicket. And,
new batsman Malan Patar Singh, Malan Patar Singh for Woodland. Partam Singh, Malan Partam Singh, my apologies. $18 for 2. Because of the small total, the required rate nowhere up there. Still under 6. Good shout, but heading down. Just a dot into the scorebook. It stays on 18.
And I suppose the crowd's into it now because they want wickets. If they're supporting the Malgretoute outfit, they know that wickets, that's the name of the game for them right now. So they're giving their players every encouragement, which is what fans should be doing. And again, they're going to have to hurry, but in the end, it turned out to be a comfortable single. That's because the fielder was reluctant to release the ball because he had nobody backing up properly. So they were able to get the single done. 19 for 2 now at the end of over number 3.
3 gone, 19 for 2. Gino opening the batting, scoring 14 off 8, and Keon just 2 off 5. Remember, just chasing 117 is Woodland. They'll be looking to progress through these overs. So 3 overs remaining in the power play, as much as they can get in the power play without losing any more wickets, and march forward towards 117 as fast as they could.
That's the name of the game for them here. Preserve wickets and try and accumulate runs as quickly as you possibly can. Amir Mohammed is going to come into the attack now.
Amir Mohammed had a tough time on the crease with the bat as well earlier in the day. Will be looking to make an impact with the ball. Starts short, pulled away, behind square. Could go all the way. It does. Another boundary, another 4. Takes the score on to 23 for 2.
Yeah, not the way he was hoping to start. A real gift on the pads, and all he had to do was help himself.
Yeah, no pressure whatsoever on it. No one deep on the leg side.
Which is surprising. If he's going to bowl short, he's asking for trouble. And here they go again. That's a real cheeky single there. Just pushed him, and the man was close in on the onside, and still they were able to scamper a single.
It's good cricket. It's good cricket. Despite chasing a low total, make use of everything that's on offer.
Well, they're now going to have to rethink their strategy here a little bit. Maybe they'll try to cut off those. Now, they did have the fielder in there. He just didn't react quickly enough. I don't know if they want to change him.
But quite interestingly now, the fielders more or less stay in the same position. We have no deep fielders on the offside now. Is it breeze a factor in that, Ruskin?
But it could be, because they're thinking that they cannot hit the ball through the offside with any power because of the strong wind that has been blowing across here. But it's not as strong as it was
earlier on in the day.
Earlier. But there's still a little hint of it somewhere about.
Good comeback in the over in the end after the early boundary. 4 overs completed. It's 24 for 2.
Actually, he still has another delivery, I think, to go.
Yes, one more over.
One more.
One more delivery.
Amir Mohammed spoils the over somewhat. And it's a leg by in the end. So he just got the line all wrong on that occasion. So now the over comes to an end. 4 overs completed, 25 for 2.
Woodland winning the toss early this morning, asking Malgretoute to take first strike. Woodland continuously chipped away at the wickets, bowling out Malgretoute after just 18 overs for 116. In reply, they're 25 for 2 after 4. Moving along rather comfortably despite the fall of those 2 wickets. But Malgretoute will try to continue to peg them back, and they can only do so with wickets.
Well, this is where things could become interesting. This is one of the double overs, double runs in an over, in the 5th and the 10th overs.
With a small total, chasing with a small chase, that is not good news for the fielding team. Just ensuring that he has personnel in the right positions where he wants them.
I have a change in the bowling from that southern end.
Starts wide outside the off stump with a dot.
just nibbling and running and trying to keep rotating strike, which is good strategy. If you're not going to score a boundary or even attempt to score a boundary, your next best thing is to try and get off strike and just keep rotating the strike.
Again, there's no pressure, so to take these singles easily will be very comfortable for them.
Now the left-handed Moonwise on strike, or rather the Pratham Singh cutting nicely into the gap. Yeah, there should have been a third there.
Yeah, some pretty ordinary running between the wickets. The ball taken an eternity to reach down to the boundary. Piece of fancy footwork to stop it. But in the end, just 2 to the total. It's 28 for 2.
And that's well played, but again, fielders are nicely located to cover precisely a shot like that. It was a short ball.
Yeah, pretty much straight to the fielder there at the square leg boundary. That's 1 added to the total. Moves on to 29. Alex Ragbear in his first over. 4 runs off 4 deliveries.
Yeah, a small crowd gathered, but I would imagine as the afternoon continues, you might see more folks coming in. Yeah, the idea here is to just keep the scoreboard ticking over as much as you possibly can. And if you get a bad ball and then you put it away, if not, you get a good ball, you treat it with respect. And if you could score off of that, if you could score off of the good balls, then you're in business, because it means that the scoreboard will tick over in spite of the good bowling.
And the target just gets closer and closer. Ragbear looking to finish this 5th over on a high. Malgretoute needs wickets.
Flirting with danger there, trying to stray down that leg side, or trying to angle it into the pile. But he's probably trying to attack the stumps. But if you're going to attack the stumps, you have to start a little bit wide of the stump, wide of that off stump, and then let it come back.
Finish on the stumps.
Yep.
Any bat on that will have been down to the boundary.
That's an even better delivery, but again, it's on the stumps. So the batsmen have to treat it with respect.
Making the adjustment well to end the over. 5 overs gone. Woodland chasing 117. 32 for 2.
Now, did that 32 just 7 runs came in that over?
Without a boundary.
But if that's the over, then we have to double the score. That's what I'm trying to calculate here. Because if this was the over that we had to double, then
Double the score in the 5th.
There would be 14 runs in the 5th over. So there should be 39 for 2.
So we'll just wait for confirmation of the doubling of the score in that 5th over.
If that holds true, it should be 39 for 2 now. But it wasn't a bad over. The problem was he bowled a couple wides, then he kept drifting towards the pads and got picked off a couple times. Yeah, so it is 39 for 2. They doubled the score. Yeah. So that will apply for the 5th over
And
as
the 10th.
well as the 10th overs. And Mohammed is going to continue. Short ball, and again not taking full advantage of. You got a single, so that should push it up to 40 now.
40 for 2, chasing 117. Woodland. We'll say comfortably going along. Wide, cut away in the gap, 4 runs.
That helps. That's like rubbing salt in the wound there. No. And just as they concede the boundary, the sun comes out in all its glory, Life could be hard sometimes.
44 to 2.
Life could be tough, And that's another good hit. That's straight. That's going to bounce once. And into the fence it goes.
Woodland on the march towards 117. They're going about it quickly now with back-to-back boundaries. Still inside the power play. 48 for 2 now.
Yeah, they are taking another cheeky little single. So they have to add the 7 runs from in the 5th over. So that would have been 14 in that 5th over. And here they picked up another single. So they're tacking on runs now at a fair clip. 2 boundaries, 2 singles. And again, flirting with danger there because he was right back on his stumps.
Right back. Just getting the bat down on time and turning the wrist on it for the single.
So 50 is on the board now. So they always have to be mindful of the little change of gears, so to speak. We've seen how Woodland started cautiously, but now they're beginning to expand a little bit. And that will help. If you cannot stop shots like that, you're really, as they say, not giving yourself the best chance to defend the score. That's 3 boundaries in that over. And that pushes the score past the 50 mark. It's 54 for 2 now after 6.
Power play completed. Woodland chasing 117, a 54 for 2. Only losing 2 wickets in the power play. Malgretoute would have been looking for more to try to hold back this run chase. But quite the opposite has been happening in the last couple of overs. With Woodland moving ahead very smoothly, very comfortably. They now just need 63 more and some 84 deliveries.
Well, just a quick comparison there. At the end of their 6 overs, they were 43 for 3 at that stage. 49 rather for 3. After 6 here, they're 54 for 2. So they're 5 runs better, and also a wicket less.
Vishan Jagasan now from the southern end for Malgretoute. Field spreads now at the start of the 7th with the power play completed.
Yeah, they need to give themselves a chance here. You need a good over in terms of wickets, or really a stifling over here to curtail the scoring. So far, so good.
Good start by Jagasa. This time Marlon coming forward to it, looking much more comfortable than the previous delivery. Still a dot goes into the book. Remains on 54.
Can he break this little shackle here? Cannot offer that delivery, so he still has to wait now. 3 dot balls. And this is exactly what he wanted.
Yeah, in the absence of wickets, this is what Malgretoute would want. A string of dot balls and hopefully build some sort of pressure that could lead to a false stroke.
Yeah, this is where they have to be so alert in the field. You don't want to undo all this good work.
It's been an excellent over so far. 5 dots on the trot. Shouldn't affect the Woodland batsmen though. Again, the pressure is so little at this stage. They could afford a few dots on a string.
Yep. Now they've switched up the field a little bit. Pushed the mid-wicket back on the boundary, but that doesn't change what happened in the middle at the end of the over, maiden over, and it remains 54 for 2.
Excellent over there. 7th over by Vishan Jagasa. 6 dots in a row, maiden over. Can't remember having any for the day so far.
No, that's good bowling. He didn't try to overspin the ball. He just kind of rounded his arm and pushed it.
And getting it into the right areas. Marlon 12 not out. Cheyenne 16. Woodland needing some 63 more still in the remaining 13 overs.
And again, they haven't gone. I don't think they've gotten out of second gears yet. They're still just cruising.
Good ball and good single to start the 8th.
Obviously, the batsman spoke up about it.
Alex Ragbear into his 2nd over, conceding 7 in his 1st. .62 needed of 77. Short, cut away. There's coverage there on the boundary, just a single it should be. Take the score on to 56.
Yeah, with the field spread so far and so wide, the possibility of singles very, very high. Nibbling at one. Didn't do anything really off the pitch. He just played the wrong shot. He was trying to dab it. It was much too close for that shot. And that's played away, cracked away beautifully for 4.
Well, eventually, it dribbles over the boundary rope. 4 runs in the end. 60 for 2.
But I was just looking at the way the fielders, where the fielders had to come from to try to get to that ball. I don't know if any one of them have Usain Bolt genes, but it was going to take some getting for them to cut that off before.
Cut that off.
The one thing was whether it had enough legs on it to get to the boundary, but it was so well played and so well
just
placed.
had enough.
Yep.
No ball signal by the umpire.
Yeah, they'll take it.
With it comes a free hit.
They're going to try again to see if they can't maybe cash in, but they're going about this in a very deliberate, very methodical fashion. The bad balls they're trying to put away. The good ones, they're milking it.
Which is all they need to do at this stage. And now it's 62 for 2, chasing 117. Until 55 needed. At a run rate of just about 4.5.
And again, not able to really take full advantage. 62 for 2 now at the end of over number 8.
8 overs completed. Finishing that 8 with a full and wide delivery. Batsman not being able to make contact. It stays on 62. Woodland chasing 117 to take this a first game in the Southern Sports Premier League Cricket Fiesta down here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy.
Yeah, so far so good for them. They're just going about this thing in a very professional manner. They know what they want to do, and they're not allowing the loss of those 2 early wickets to deter them in any way. So brilliant sunshine now. The ground is fully bathed with sunshine. Really looks a picture. And when you have a surface like this, you want to feel, you're diving all over the place. Thing is, can the fielding team now really get enthused about what is happening here and maybe start to, if you can't get the wickets, at least prevent the runs, keep the runs down.
Well, Vishan Jagisa has been doing just that. 1.2 overs. That's 8 deliveries and no run off his bowling quite yet. And he continues in the same vein.
Yep. I think if the thing they don't want to do is go across the line with him because he's close to the stump all the time. But they can't go straight with him. The middle from the mid-on in particular is fairly wide.
I think that one he was inviting him to try to go across the line.
Yeah, you don't need to go across the line. He's not spinning the ball that much. So you want to just go straight at him. If you get it back past him, you're in business.
It's a deep square leg, a deep mid-wicket. A long on. There's a 3 men outside on the leg side. He's changing that now.
Yeah, because he recognizes he's coming to the end of the over. So he wants to keep the squeeze on. Don't let them get a quick single.
Could he make it 2 maidens in a row?
But he can, because he's certainly,
Stifling.
yep, he's kept them very, very quiet. I'm surprised they didn't put another man in close in on the onside. And but the short third man is in place. Reynolds is right there, and that allows them to keep the score at that total of 62 for 2 after 9 now.
Vishan Jagisa with 2 maidens in a row, 2 overs without being scored off. What impact that will have in the long run, we wait to see. But at the moment, Woodland seem to be very comfortable. 62 for 2, chasing 117. Small but involved the crowd here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy for this Southern Sports Premier League encounter between Woodland and Malgretoute.
Yeah, they're enjoying this. And the thing is, they probably know the players on both teams very well.
So we are into the 10th over again, Ruskin, which means the score will be double this over.
Yep.
More bad news for Malgretoute, I suppose.
Let's see if they can pick a pepper here.
So 1 becomes 2.
Yep, and the score doubles up.
Total now on 64.
And that's well played. Again, they just seem a little relaxed with the running. So that will push it now to 66.
Yeah, just a reminder, the scores are doubled in this over, the 5th and 10th over. That's why you might be seeing the running 1 and 2 being added to the total.
Let's just hope that they can keep down the scoring. Even if they get singles, that's 10 runs. That's 12 runs they'll get. So have to be on your P's and Q's as a fielding team now, because this could get away from you very quickly.
Yeah, and mistakes will be costly in this over. 68.
That occasion, trying there to just run it down the hill.
Not getting past the man at short third. So the first dot in this super over, as it were.
And when you get good bowling, and the batsmen are respecting good bowling, it kind of gives the fielding team a little bit of a lift. The problem with that is if they can't get wickets, they might get one here. No, Dick not able to get in quickly enough.
Score moves on by 2, dropping well short of Dick. 70 for 2.
Yeah, those are like milestone targets, and you get to 70, then you say, okay, we probably try to get to 100 next. See if we can get to 100 without losing another wicket. And again, Mars just keeping things very, very tight indeed. 70 for 2 now after 10.
So in that super over where the scores would have been double, just 4 singles coming off it. So just 8 runs added to the total in that 10th over. A small victory for Malgretoute. But Woodland still comfortable situated at 70 for 2, chasing 117.
And just to do the comparison, there was 75 for 4 by comparison, Malgretoute. So again, they were ahead by runs, but they also lost a couple more wickets.
Yeah, not a huge difference in the runs there, but the wickets were the problem in that first innings. And from this point on, the wickets went even more rapidly, one after the next, which resulted in a total of 116.
Yeah, they always have to be so aware of the little subtle changes. So now they've gotten to 10 overs, and they say, okay, we have 70 on the board. What is the assessment now? What is the approach now? How much they're going to change? And what might work is if one batsman picks up the attack, and let's see if we can get another quick 30 in next 2 overs. That will bring us right on the cusp of the victory.
Yeah, I think at this stage that is quite possible. With 10 overs gone and just 2 wickets down, that could be a good plan going forward.
And the idea of Munwa still there. I think they need him to really extend his arms a little bit. We've seen him do it already. So I think they're going to look to him now to see if he can't get them flying again. They've just been pinned back by some good accurate bowling.
Let's see if there's any change in the mindset. Gets behind it nicely. Onto the offside, no run.
You did mention that this might be a test venue not too far from now, but they're playing this game like it's a test match right now.
Well, I believe that the team that is set to be here later this year for the test match will be Pakistan. And incidentally, they were just knocked out of the T20 World Cup.
I know Pakistani fans have been suffering some. They're similar to the West Indies, by the way. You never know which team is going to show up on any given day.
They won this morning against Sri Lanka, but their run rate wasn't fast enough to get past New Zealand.
Runs here now. This could be a couple. If they hurry, they should, and they'll get it quite comfortable. Reynolds can't get it in fast enough.
But again, some indecisive average running between the wickets. That could have been a comfortable 2 pressing for 3 actually. In the end, 2 added to the total. Score moves on to 73.
So the breeze is picking up again, ever so slightly. There's another attempt here with by this time, so that's the one thing you don't want to give them runs. Let them earn their runs. Again, they're keeping things very tight indeed.
Just dropping the bat on it on the last second, keeping it out. Dot ball, it stays on 74.
Again, long off and long on are pretty wide. And so again, instead of just trying to go to the sides, maybe you should be encouraged to just play the ball straight, try to go past the bowler on either side of him and try to get some runs. That ends the over, another good one. And at the end of it, it's just 74 for 2.
11 gone and 9 to come. A lot of time for Woodland to get the remaining runs that they require, the remaining 43 runs that they require to take the first victory in this cricket fiesta of the Southern Sports Premier League.
So nice, brilliant sunshine. That's a good thing about this venue. It's such a good viewing venue. You could see almost everything that is happening on the ground. Have you ever been to one of those stadia where a wire or something, a line or a pole or something is blocking you? You know,
from a spectator point of view, it's an
Yep.
excellent viewing venue.
So Reynolds going to continue it, kind of. So you never could figure out, can they suddenly pick up a couple more wickets here now and make life very interesting? So I think they're beginning to hear the cries of the crowd here now to try to get on with things. And easier said than done.
24 of 29 now. Not really trying to force the issue too much.
So things where you could just feel the tension building now with every dot ball.
Skipper trying to apply some more pressure.
Yeah, it's they just need to rethink strategy here. They had the break. I thought they were going to really up the ante after the break, but they just continue to play in a similar vein. Yeah, again another dab and a run, so they haven't really found a way to get at the bowling just yet.
An interesting piece of fielding there behind point. Getting his foot behind it.
So batsman has decided he's going to dispense with the helmet. Maybe the helmet is weighing him down a little bit. He's opted to go a little more aerodynamic and a little bit lighter. Again, just tucking it and jogging a single.
The game seems to have lost some urgency. I guess the state of the game has caused that somewhat. 41 unit of 49 with 8 wickets in hand. There's probably no need to be more urgent than this.
Now this time it's going. And there it is. So eventually the pressure has paid off. And Marlon Patam Singh has to go.
First attacking shot we've seen in quite a while, just taking 1 or 2 steps down the wicket and trying to go straight, but not getting past the man at a long off. The wicket falls, 76 for 3, chasing 117.
And they obviously know what the plan is. They're now probably going to need somebody to take the bull by the horn here, because if they lose a couple more wickets, then all the momentum will swing to the fielding team.
Umpire trying to get a quick restart to it, as the Malgretoute players remain in a huddle after the fall of the wicket, and now he's trying to get the batsmen to make their way back to the centre.
Yeah, the game is really on a knife's edge right now, and that's because of the kind of slow, deliberate approach of Woodland.
Yeah, a couple more wickets could really put a sting in the tail here now.
Yeah, they need. We always said wickets that was going to be important. Now they have a third one. Can they get a fourth and possibly even a fifth?
One brings two.
Song in here in the background, full of energy. And that's right now. That's the boys from Malgretoute.
You really needed that wicket at that time, just to get that extra spurn on.
Yes, it
to
is.
continue into the final 8. New batsman to the wicket, Samuel Rupnarine it is.
There's another opportunity here, but they can't get it away. So every time that ball comes around now, you might just feel they're starting to get a little bit tight, the batsmen, and can't get it away. And this one in particular, Munwa, has had a really tough time of it.
25 of 30 he is now. Still no need to be in panic mode, but as you rightly said, with each dot ball the pressure does increase somewhat.
Yep. Break that shackle there, but they're only going to get one. There's no chance of a second.
But this time the intent was there though. He turned looking for it,
Yep.
which is good to see.
And now they realize that they're just letting the game kind of slip through their grasp here a little bit, even though they might be in control of everything. And it's just but some of the players must be thinking, are we going to let this small total,
Get it better.
us? Yeah. So one more to the kitty.
Takes it down to 78. 39 needed. Or 44.
Now again, more pressure. Just to keep it simmering. Don't give them any boundaries. Don't let them break these shackles. this now is another opportunity out there that still doesn't go to hand. But at least you see some aggression, trying to break out of this slumber that they found themselves in. And that's how the game has kind of shifted in terms of the momentum of the game. 79 for 3 now at the end of the over.
13 gone. At the end of 13, Woodland chasing 117 for victory in this Southern Sport Premier League encounter against Malgretoute. 79 for 3. Still another 38 needed in the remaining 7 overs, in the remaining 42 deliveries, with 7 wickets in hand. Some discussions being had in the middle between the umpires and the players again. Umpires trying their best to get the game flowing as best as they could.
Well, the batsmen are calling for their helmets now.
A required run rate of 5.4 as we head into the final 7 overs.
Yeah, and it doesn't need to be this tight in the sense that they allow the bowlers to just bowl at the stumps, and they're not as well equipped how to manipulate the ball, manipulate the field with your batting. And again, you don't have to bludgeon the ball, but you just need to place it away from the fielders.
In the gaps, 1s and 2s.
Yep. We'll see if the plan works. Who has plan A and who has plan B?
When Dick back on the attack for Malgretoute, an earlier over just cost him 3 runs. Not that he seemed too threatening in the over.
But he cannot allow them to break the shackles. He just has to bowl within himself, but try to maintain the line and keep the runs down. And most of all, don't concede any boundaries. And you can live with that because it's just a single. I think what they're banking on here is that these batsmen will become so frustrated and so tight that they get themselves out, maybe attempting a big swing or something.
Yeah, they're trying to induce a fall shot through some pressure. Such as that.
Yep, so now everything looks so much different now for Malgretoute.
37 of 40.
So it's still in Woodland's favour, but they're trying awfully hard to turn things around here for their opponents, because they're making this run chase look very difficult indeed. And finally the shackles are broken. They get the boundary, but it came off the a little French cut there, an inside edge, but they all count.
Nowhere near where he would have intended, but he'll take the result nevertheless. A 4 goes into the book. Takes the score now on to 84.
So finally they get to break the shackles with a boundary, and that was the one thing that they didn't want Malgretoute, was to concede a boundary. But here's a good thing about cricket, that has gone now. You know,
the next ball is
the next ball is the most important ball. Nothing you could do about that. This is the one that you could affect now. And there's a nice delivery. They appealed for a catch, but I don't think he played it.
There seem to have been 2 noises though. Maybe they bat it in the ground.
Probably, but the ball certainly seemed to pass some distance away from the bat, and probably was late in getting there.
But again, it raises some belief in the Malgretoute field.
And again, this one is going to squirt on down to third man. Again, they're running the first one very sort of nonchalantly. They just ambled the first one. And only when they realized there might have been the possibility of a second that we saw the pace. Now let's see what transpired here with that previous delivery. And a chance of the run out there, and he just sort of gave up, and the ball was way too close to the fielder for him to be that far down, and then he just never bothered to try to get back. He just gave up the ghost there. Luckily it didn't hit. So 114 gone, it's 85 for 3 now.
Woodland continues in their chase of 117. 14 overs gone. As we continue to look at an appeal during the previous over, appeal for caught behind.
Did he touch it, or what generated the sound? Oh, let's see if they can really put that behind them, put that little disappointment behind them. Did he get the touch? So it was what we need is the snicko now to
Yeah,
tell
it's
us
difficult
if
to
there
tell.
was actually a touch on it, but it was close, very close.
Definitely close. You could understand the appeal. In the end, it stays 3 wickets down, 85 for 3 going into the 15th over now. A required run rate of just about 5.3. Still 7 wickets in hand for Woodland. That'll be their biggest asset going into these last 6 overs.
And that will help. And good bit of fielding. And would you believe he didn't? Now they could have easily lost a wicket here, because that was a brilliant bit of fielding there. The return though, well, he probably would have had to hit, because I don't think the bowler would have been able to get back there on time.
But the bowler never collected it.
Yeah,
Either,
he never got he didn't receive the ball. That's the important thing. He did well to get behind the stumps. He just didn't receive the ball. Good bit of fielding though. I think that was the best part. Down the wicket he goes, and that's going, and just eluding his grasp. That goes for 6.
All eyes on the umpire.
4 runs is the
That's
signal. So, but the fielder, it just kept drifting away from the fielder, and maybe this is the change of attitude that we're seeing. They're up to 90 now.
Just always kept moving away from him. He covered a lot of ground in getting there, but never quite got there fully.
Plus, if he put in the dive, who knows what would have happened. Because I don't know if he would have been able to keep his momentum infield, stay infield with it.
More than likely to take him over.
Yeah, so it's all of that he probably was calculating.
May have finished Woods could have gone for 6 as well if he had hold on to it and gone over with it. In the end, 4 on 90 for 3s, 27 needed of 34 deliveries.
Still close, could go either way. The big asset though is the number of wickets they still have in hand. Yeah, once now that they've sort of held back these wickets, kept them in reserve, there's no need for them to panic. Even if they're to lose a wicket now, they still have good numbers to work with.
Another good single to take the score on to 92.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. So it's like you're counting down now. You're just ticking off runs here. And that will help. That's going to run all the way to the boundary. That's bias. I don't think he got a touch onto it. Leg bias. He just got a nibble, so that hurts.
Either way, 4 more added to the total.
Yeah, from a fielding perspective, that you didn't want that. You could have done without that. 96 for 3 now at the end of 15 overs.
Target getting closer and closer. 5 overs remaining.
To tell you what, at this same stage, Malgretoute were 103, but they had lost 5 wickets. So again, they were right there. They just kind of lost their way at the end.
Around this stage of their innings, wickets were falling continuously.
Now the idea here is for them to keep pressing, keep the momentum going. Now I'm surprised they're not sticking with Dick, because I thought his last over, although the one that went for the 4 was off an inside edge. But he couldn't control that. But I thought that over was pretty good. And if they're trying to keep the pressure on, then you probably would have been better advised to bring him back. But who knows?
Anderson Reynolds has had 3 overs before this, 2 for 23. So hasn't been the most economical, but has gotten 2 wickets. Starts with a dot.
That's a good hit. That's going to come close to the ball. They should come back for a second. No, they decided against it, and they decided early.
Yeah, I don't think second was ever on the batsman's mind.
Yeah, he probably didn't hit it as hard as he wanted to, although he did get it away from the bowler in his follow through.
20 needed now, as Woodland continues to inch closer and closer to their target of 117.
Yeah, this has been a good run chase. They've sort of timed it and set it up nicely.
Yeah, they've paced it well, I would think.
Yeah, they never panicked, even though they lost those 2 early wickets. You didn't see any sign of a panic in them. Now they're probably looking to see if they could drop the hammer here, maybe get another boundary. And nothing doing. Once again, the batsman is a long way down the wicket. Now, can they end the over with a bang here, with a boundary probably, or at least a run, just to keep things going? And it's a big hit, but again, they can't break these shackles as they would like to. They're trying, and but they really haven't been able to get the ball over the ropes much. Just a single.
Score moves on to 99. 1 delivery left in the 16th. 18 more still needed.
So that what we call the reach out and touch me distance of their target. You can see it right in front of them. That's a good shot. He placed it well, and it's going to trickle into the boundary just ahead of everybody.
This time taking the aerial route over the offside, ending the over on a high 4 runs to bring up the 100 for Woodland. They're now 103 chasing 117.
Yeah, that was a good shot, and again, given width. What I liked, he didn't try to go across the line as so often many of them do. He just went with the angle and got it over the inner ring, because everybody is just at the edge of the circle there trying to attack the ball, and he went in the opposite way. He went aerial, went over their heads and picked up a boundary.
So Woodland will consider himself to be cruising at this stage, needing 14 of the final 4 overs. More importantly, 7 wickets still in the hatch.
Yeah, that was key to the whole thing, and it allowed the batsman the opportunity to just take a look. Don't put any pressure on yourselves, just bat, and when you get the bad ball, then you kind of dispense with them. But failing that, just play on merit and keeps the scoreboard ticking over. So it doesn't matter now if they can't get these wickets. It's going to be very difficult for them to win it from here now, Malgretoute. So wickets critical.
Another delay in the game.
Yeah, the umpires are trying to speed it up as best they can. The players seem now that the sun is back with us, it's like a double blow you get there now. You had this nice breeze earlier, everything looked, as we say, look hunky-dory. Now all of a sudden there's this bright sunshine permeating the ground, making it's sapping energy now. And speaking about sapping energy, these singles will take all the sting out of the legs
of Malgretoute.
Yep.
104 for 3. 13 needed. And Woodland seems very contented just to continue in this vein and not do anything silly at this stage.
And here they go again with another well-judged single.
And it seems to be appreciated by their teammates as well. The manner in which they are going ahead to reach this target of 117.
Both batsmen, they've read things quite nicely. And he's decided this time he's going to have a go. They go for one. They should take a second. No, they decide against it. Turned out to be a good decision in the end.
Partnership now with 30 of 27 deliveries. Almost equally weighted between the two batsmen.
Yeah, they're both just going about it very nicely. More runs. And they might get 4, and they will get 4. Really, a bit of casual fielding there. He never went down with his hands. He tried to put the left boot out, and the ball eluded his boot. And almost like the ball had a mind of its own. It knew exactly when to jump over the boot.
Speak about sapping the energy out of a team. That will just do that and nothing else. Trying to get his boot behind it without going down. Never even got down with the boot on it.
Well, if you say, well, you know, I'm a cricketer, not a footballer. But if you're going to use your feet to stop the ball, then you should have some footballing skills. And well, he's out. You could see that off stump lighten up there. And again, trying to just nibble the ball.
Yeah.
He hit his wicket.
Yeah.
He was just picking up the bat, and he hit his wicket, which is an unfortunate way to get out there.
Fourth wicket goes Woodland. 110 for 4. Still needed another 7 runs with 20 deliveries available. With 19 deliveries should be now available. Shan goes for 43 out of 45 deliveries. Tough way to get out at this stage of your innings after spending so much time in the crease, but I guess batting too deep in the crease as well. .110 for 4.
Yeah, so unfortunate, and they were right on the cusp, and I'm sure he would have loved to have seen his team home, get them over the line.
New batsman Andre Brown. Andre Brown coming to the middle with not much remaining to do, but it can still get tricky for him, if not for his team. 7 runs remaining.
Yeah, when you know you're that close to the finish line, as a batsman, you just want to be there at the end. So I'm sure you'll be bitterly disappointed, Munwa. And Brown is a no-nonsense type of batsman too, so I don't think he's going to look to push and prod much for a single. He might want to just finish this
in 2 strikes.
Yep.
Bit difficult to understand the previous dismissal though. .17 gone. 110 for 4, chasing 117.
Yeah, so at 110, you just need 7 runs, and you would think they'll try to get it in this over. So they have 3 overs left. They have 18 deliveries to get 7 runs. And again, they don't have to do anything rash, just play the ball on merit. So now, is this Anderson Reynolds who is going to try and prevent them?
Some of the fans calling for a wide. Umpire keeps his hands to his side, remains on 110.
That's the thing with spectators, you know. They want what they want. Doesn't matter what transpired. And that's a good shot. They could get 1, and they seem content with that.
One hit away now, 6 runs needed.
Yeah, they could end it with 1 big swing of the bat here, or they could do what they've been doing, just milk it. And they're going to get another one. Yep, a leg by. So, but they all count, so they won't mind too much. And that one is hit into the gap. He just never really looked like he was going to even attempt a dive in there.
I think it was just wide enough of him.
Yep. Play the bounce. 113 now for 4. Make that 114.
Doing it in singles.
But I get the impression they're trying to end it with one big hit, but the ball is
just not
not
coming off,
cooperating. The ball hitting the bat sounds good, and then it just trickles. It doesn't really fly across the turf. Three more needed. Make that 2 now. 1 to tie, 2 to win. As the over comes to an end. So at the end of over number 18, 115 for 4. So 2 to win, 1 to tie and 2 to win. And you could just see the players from the Malgretoute team. They just seem so despondent right now. They're out there on the field. There's no shade. There's some grounds when the sun comes over the ground, you got a shaded part. There's no shade here. So everybody is getting burned here at this time, and they're staring at a comfortable defeat.
Despite it being a small total, they've taken it into the 19th over in the sun.
Yep. Can they get another wicket? That's the other thing here now.
They should still be searching though.
And that wicket could come here, and he takes a catch. Well.
Phelan never looked to be under that, but eventually got there, taking a wonderful catch in the end. The 5th wicket goes Woodland. Now 115 for 5.
Yeah, so Samuel Rupnarayan made 15.
Into his 4th over now. Shane with 1 for 13 with that wicket.
So is there another twist in the tail here, right at the death?
Just 2 runs needed.
And of course, with the new rule, the non-striker cannot go and feast. It has to be the new batsman facing with the fall of the wicket.
The new batsman always takes strikes.
Yep.
Except if it's the end of the over, of course. No more if they cross, and if they didn't cross.
You have to calculate whether they actually crossed mid-pitch.
Makes life a bit easier.
Yep. It makes it interesting too. And they're going to get one. They could get the 2 runs here if they hurry. Yes, they could come back for it, and they will get it too.
And Woodland takes the 2 runs that they needed to reach 117 to defeat Malgretoute in this first encounter of the Southern Sports Premier League here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy on the first day of action in this tournament. Well done to Woodland, winning the toss, batting first, restricting Malgretoute to a meager 116, and in the end making it with 5 wickets to spare.
Yes, victory by 5 wickets, 117 for 5 in the 19th over. And certainly so Woodland celebrating a victory here, and again I don't think they really extended themselves too much, especially with the run chase. They just kind of cruised along. They consolidated when they lost those 2 early wickets, but they always knew that they had enough firepower in the back to come, and so it proved in the end. So a fine victory for them. The player of the match, I would imagine, and certainly doing the bowling aspect of it.
4 overs, 3 for 15, Ramesh, for
Yep.
Woodland earlier in the day.
Yep. So that is what is going to push in Ramesh Brittle. So 3 for 15 as he did the bulk of the damage with the wickets. Harry Prasad also had 2 for 30 in there. So congratulations again to the Woodland FC outfit. They won the first game in this tournament over the Malgretoute outfit. And it's of course the Southern Sports Premier League Festival 2026. And that's game 1. Game 2 is coming up in a short. Stick around. We'll have that for you in a short while. as we welcome you back here to the Banlaria Cricket Academy, where we all set for game number 2 here this afternoon. This, of course, is the Southern Sports Premier League Festival for 2026. And it's Pranz Gardens who won the toss and are fielding, so they're in the nice red tops. And that's put away nicely. That's going to travel, but they're only going to get a single. And really a short ball that could have been put anywhere. And Piparo Scorchers, they are batting first. And so it's the big fella Akido Joseph who is opening the bowling.
So the Brian Lara Cricket Academy bathed in the afternoon sunshine. Sunshine has been what we've had predominantly during the course of today, with a stiff, cool breeze coming across the ground.
And again, another quick push and a run.
Two without loss. Piparo Scorchers being asked to take first strike. The earlier encounter we saw Woodland getting the better of Malgretoute. As we continue in the Southern Sports Premier League T20 Cricket Fiesta 2026.
Antonio Gomez. That's hammered, but that's a brilliant bit of fielding there. Nice diving effort, and deserves a congratulations there. He's low to the ground, but he flung himself.
Excellent effort in the fields, setting the standard for what will be expected throughout this 20-over encounter.
And that's put away nicely. There's nobody down behind square, and that's brilliantly done.
Pulled away with some force, a flat 6 over square leg to take the score on to 8. Interesting number in the back of Akido Joseph, 16.25. I wonder what's the quarter for.
Well, he alone would know, but if he continues to bowl like that, he might have to increase the number. Because that was a real gift there outside of his shoulder, and he just helped it.
Positive start for Piparo thus far.
And again, still can't get it through. On the onside is where he did most of his work, but the offside is proven to be a little more difficult. The end of the first over, and I ended up with 8 without loss.
Good confidence start by Piparo Scorchers, being asked to bat first. We had 1 maximum in the over, a couple stops in the covers. In the end, it's 8 without loss. Pranz Gardens. Slip employed. 2 men deep. A wide long off. A deep mid wicket.
And that's served up nicely there on a platter, and say, hit me if you want. And that's exactly what he did.
Needing no second invitation for that one. Sweetly driven through the covers for 4 to take the score on to 12.
Yeah, you can't. You're really just gifting the opening batsman Lejean a real freebie there. This could be
Mix up.
dangerous here, and Lewis, Kenson Lewis. That's well bowled. So we have the two bowlers with the two unusual numbers. One is 24-3 and the other one is 16-25.
Operating from either end at this stage.
Just trying to confuse the commentators. That's what that is.
What it does do actually is make them stand out even more.
Yep. Well, normally they tell you pick your number. Now, if it's at American football, you have a window of numbers. You can pick. Say if you're a linebacker,
Based
you
on
pick
the
between
position.
a certain
Correct.
number. You know, quarterbacks mostly have individual numbers or single-digit numbers. This time they'll get the single, which is good running, and keeping the scoreboard ticking over. So far, so good for Mr. Lewis. Can he finish up strong now? That's a great shot. That's 4 runs. There's no way he's cutting that off. That's just going to speed across the turf.
He drives and he watches it go all the way to the boundary, knowing there's no need to run for that one. Good positive start by Piparo Scorchers, being asked to bat first. After 2 overs, a 17 without loss.
And that's a double up of the first over. They had 8 without loss, and now up to 17 without loss. So they're trending in the right direction, averaging just over 8 and over. And both batsmen are not. They look like they're playing what we call orthodox shots.
Yep. Couple beautiful drive through the covers for 4.
That one pull shot that was over square leg just sped out to the ground. Now, that, in all honesty, they brought the ropes in significant distance, so that just adds to the excitement and the run scoring. And it also encourages 6 hitting a little bit more. But it's going to be Akido Joseph who's going to continue. And again, good bit of fielding, but still cannot affect the run out.
Tight single there, but comfortably taken in the end.
And I think we've seen already in this particular game a little more athleticism. I think the fielders are probably a little more accomplished in the field, and you have a good surface on which to field. So once you come here, you should be keen to play cricket, whether it's batting, bowling, fielding. You should be excited. And talk about excitement, you get excited for a shot like that. Brilliantly played.
Shot of the day without any question.
And
Through the covers, 4 more, 22.
Antonio Gomez really giving that a good whack. And again, that's a good orthodox cricketing shot. That's not swiping or hitting across the line or anything like that. That
All along the carpet.
Yep.
Through the covers for 4.
You'll find that in a cricketing manual, a coaching manual for the cover drive.
Antonio Gomez moves on to 15 of just 6 deliveries.
And again, and he almost caught a brilliant effort again in the field. We were just talking about the athleticism of the players.
Excellent effort, excellent effort. He knew he had to go one-handed. He went one-handed, got it to it. Tried to take it on the second and third attempt, just not being able to hold on.
Really a brilliant effort. First time, second time. It's just that his body was going, the momentum was taking him to one side and he couldn't get back to finish it off. It's a good shot. They might consider a second run here. Yes, they're coming for it. And just a little bubble in the outfield there, and that was all the time they needed. Marlon Sue couldn't prevent them from going back for the second one.
That's excellent running, Ed. Perhaps the urgency of the running caused the bubble in the first instance. So putting pressure on the fielders, causing that second run. Take the score up to 25.
Well, you would have to see Akido Joseph is a brave man, because he's just releasing the ball at a nice gentle pace and he's putting it right there. I'm surprised that Lejar didn't, as they say, have a dip, but he probably should hit him straight. Don't try to go across him, just hit him straight back over his head, and he probably get in. But that was a delivery, the one before this one, that was right there in the arc, and he just kind of pushed it back along the wicket. But he overcomes to an entry in the books now, and an even more productive one. One would have to say 25 now without loss.
3 overs completed. Piparo Scorchers being asked about first. Have made a statement so far, putting 25 on the board, but more importantly, unlike what we saw in the previous game, having lost no wickets, building that foundation for what should come later on in the innings.
Yeah, 3 overs in the power play in both innings. We had wickets. We lost wickets, 3 in one and 2 in the other. So far so good for them, but I really like the fact that you could see a little more intent here with the bat. Talking about intent, that's kind of like deliberate, just backed away a little bit, give himself some room, and 4 more.
Antonio Gomez continues. He's now 20 of 8, this time carving his way through the offside. 29 without loss.
Yeah, that's a good, very bright, positive start to the over. Now the bowler is under pressure here now. Can he keep the scoring down? And again, and that's 4 more. The men out are at deep mid-wicket and long on. They may want to rethink that.
Most definitely. Especially if he continues with that wide line. Gomez making them pay. Excellent shots, timing and placement as well, finding the gaps on each occasion. He's now 24 of 9.
Well,
Piparo 33 without loss.
They thought about it. They brought the mid-wicket in, but then they sent him back out. So they're still persisting with just a ring of fielders on the offside. And again, this time it's stopped. But that's really risky business there, because you're seeing his intent to go through the offside. And instead of giving yourself that protection out in the deep on the offside, they've persisted. This time he's gone to the mid-wicket region. There is a fielder out there. He stops it, although a little bit clumsily, but limits them to just the 2 runs.
The first one in the over that was more or less straight
and pulled to the onside. Everything else was going through the offside.
Where does he go now? The two men remain on the onside.
Slightly quicker delivery and bang on target.
Keeping Gomez quiet. He's now 26 off 12.
And again, trying to force such a delivery much too close to the off stump to end the over in with a dot ball. 35 without loss now after 4.
10 runs coming off that fourth over as we continue in this power play with Piparo Scorchers being asked to bat first, and they start very solidly indeed. It's not a flyer by any means, but it's quite solid. It's 35 and 4. Not losing any wickets, with some excellent scoring shots we've seen so far.
Yeah, Lejean has been steady at the other end. A perfect foil. His role, I would imagine, is to rotate strike. Just give Gomez every opportunity to carry on his assault on the bowling. And Akido Joseph is going to continue.
3 on a trot for him. 16.25.
They need a wicket though, because this pair look like they are full of intent. And again, pulling down behind square. There's no protection down there. It may not have the legs to get to the ropes, but too comfortably.
Andrew Lejean this time.
And again, it's the field placing, because there is the long on wide, and then there is a man at square leg forward of square, and nobody behind. If you bowl short, they could just help you down to the back behind square.
Which is exactly what happened in that last delivery. This time,
well, not a man moved. What a shot. Everybody just froze when he made that shot.
Andrew Lejean this time going through the offside, much like his partner did in the previous deliveries, in the previous overs. 4 more. 5th over, 41 without loss.
So now they've resisted the temptation to keep the field as is, so they're bringing the long on up to the circle, and they've dropped the man out at cover, deep cover. And he's gone over the head of the long off fielder, the middle fielder, down to long off for 4.
Andrew Lejean getting into the act in this over now. Previously was his partner.
Yeah, that's a good shot. Once he got it over the head of, that was the danger there. If he got enough on it to get it over the head of the middle fielder.
Yes, that's the whole point of this power play, with just 2 fielders outside of the 30-meter circle. 45 without loss.
And that one is a big one. Just bunks in a couple times, and it goes into there. Now, here's the funny thing. He brought the man at mid-wicket in and bowled a short ball that there was nobody out there. So even if it was in the air for a long while, there was no chance of anybody getting under, because there's nobody there. He brought both the long on and the deep square leg in, and he pushed the long off back to the mid off, back to long off, and the man at cover went out to deep cover
and proceeded to bowl short and straight over mid-wicket. 4 runs, 3 fours on the trot for Lejean. He's now 23 off 15. 49 without loss, a current run rate of 10.5.
And again, and that's 4 more. Brilliant batting. And he's putting the ball where there are no fielders, which is good, sensible. And he's really defeating the captain and the bowler here. Every adjustment they make, he makes a different adjustment.
And that resulted in 4 fours in a row. 53 without loss. Lejean now 27 of 16.
and he's going after a wide, and it is called a wide. Well, he was really reaching for that one there.
He's really in the mood now.
Yep.
Signal wide by the umpire.
And I did say that. Remember the over before I was saying he got away with that half volley right there, and he just kind of patted it. Well, boy, he's certainly making up for that now. He's probably saying you're not getting away with that a second time. And he's going after every delivery now. And again, well, you can't
Another
blame
wide.
the bowler, yeah, because everything he bowls is kept coming off the middle of the bat. So see if he can hit a wide one.
But at the same time, Piparo Scorchers, Andrew Lejean and Antonio Gomez would want to just temper it a bit and not give away their hand at this stage. They've started excellently. They've posted 55.
And again, there's nobody out there, so he mightn't get a boundary, but he's certainly going to get a couple more.
57 now at the end of 5 overs.
Yeah, that's a big over.
22 of that 5th over.
Yeah, they move smartly from 35 without loss to 57 without loss. And as you said, 22 runs added, and it's primarily the left-handed Lejean who did the heavy lifting there.
I think Lejean will have faced all the deliveries in that over. He was behind in his run rate a bit.
He was on 9 when that over
9 of
started.
11 at the
Yep.
start of the over. So it gives back the strike.
So they're trying to
Oh, that was the 5th over as well, so that had to be doubled.
scores, yeah, so
So that's another 22 has to be added to the total.
that's a
That is
massive
making
over.
use
Yeah.
of a power play over or a super over.
Yeah, that's why they deliberately targeted
was-
that over.
That's 44 in the over. So the score now 79 without loss.
So Akido Joseph, his figures just got obliterated, not for 38,
Plus 22.
plus another 22.
Not for 50.
Yeah, so he's not for 50 from 3. So Lejean would also go to 51.
Inside edge. They come through for 1. Stopped with the boot. Take the score on to 80, should we?
So is it James Duncan who is picking up the attack now?
As this impressive start by the Piparo Scorchers continue. As we just update the score to reflect the double runs in the 5th over.
Just scooping it over the head of the man at short mid wicket there. So things not going the way of Pranz Garden right now.
Well, at least for them, it's not flying all over the park as it was in the previous over.
Yep. But this man might get jealous. And he too is going, he could be out. No, just eluding the grasp there. They want the second run. but they won't get it. So really things are working out for them. This is the final over of the power play, so they are really kicking on. They're at 83 now. And James Duncan is bowling a blinder compared to what transpired the over before. Here they go again. They're going to take a quick single, and they'll get it to another misfield. Well, Akido Joseph, 3 overs, not for 60. And that's because he was really taken to task in that 5th over, his 3rd. So 50 on the board for Lejean. 50 from 80 deliveries, and his partner now is joining the fun again.
As straight as you can get to end the power play, to end the 6th over with a handsome looking 4. What a power play has been for Piparo Scorchers, being asked to take first strike. They finish the 6 overs on 88 without loss.
Really a brilliant power play, and of course aided and abetted by that double, the ruling of runs scores for double, and conks a double in that 5th over. But they're not out of the woods yet, because there's the 10th over to come, where a similar scenario could occur.
But a wonderful start for them. Lejean on a 54 of 19, and Gomez, who would have started the hitting earlier, he's on 30 of 17.
Sure.
What a platform Piparo Scorchers have built for themselves as they move now into the middle overs.
Randy Samaru is going to pick up the attack now, and when you see that kind of carnage, you're probably telling the captain,
Not me.
yeah, you keep the ball, you know. When he's looking at you, you're looking away, you're looking everywhere else but at him.
But at the same time, if you are the one to stop this trade,
Yes.
then you get all the glory.
I think there's a little, is it smoke?
Yeah, there's some
There's
smoking
something like maybe
atmosphere.
cane or something is being burnt somewhere about the place. So there's just a little bit of haze over the ground.
Handsome cloud cover as well.
Yep.
The sun is not, the ground is not bathed in the sunshine
Yeah,
as it was earlier on.
there's some heavy cloud. And he got away with that one. Another short ball that could have easily been put away.
The intent is still there, even out of the power play. It stays on 88.
Yeah. There's a deep mid wicket as well, and there's a deep cover. They quickly go for 1, and they will get a second.
Yeah, just to the left of that fielder on the boundary. So he had to come around somewhat, giving them ample time to complete the brace. Taking the score now on to 90.
And again, they're making a little adjustment in the field. They probably put in a quicker fielder, stronger fielder out in the deep.
Yeah, so same field, just a change in personnel.
Is that Akido Joseph who is going out there? And that's brilliant once again, and that's the energetic Duncan, James Duncan.
That's well done. That's saving 2 for his team.
Samaru, this could be the first wicket. No, dropping short, and again he didn't really attack the ball. I would imagine he didn't really see it much. It just kind of hung up in the air there, and Faraz Mohammed couldn't get under it.
But it was against the breeze. Maybe that's why it just held up a bit. But other questions being asked of the fielder there. In the end, single added, 91 without loss.
Yeah, it's a nice surface. You could put in a little dive there. I don't think you're going to get any bruising. Especially when you're desperate for a wicket like they are now. Any half chance, you would like somebody to get under it or hold on to it. Again, they get 1 quickly. They might get a second. Yes, they will. And for some strange reason, the fielders just seemed to cut off when they were approaching the ball. Swift wasn't Swift there at all.
Gomez is losing his shape on that shot as well.
That's because Samu isn't putting any pace on the deliveries. He has to apply
Generate
the power,
all the power
yeah,
himself.
which he has. And that is more like it. This is going to run, rolls into the boundary, and it goes there for 4.
Badly lined and dealt with to end the 7th over. 7 gone. This partnership continues for Piparo Scorchers. Being asked for bat first. They are 97 without loss.
Yeah, this is very good batting. This is how you manipulate the field. And you try to, wherever there are gaps, you fill those gaps with the balls. And they've done an excellent job, this pair.
This is excellent T20 batting, especially when you're setting a target, being asked to set a target as well. Gomez now on 36 not out, Lejeune 57. They're both going at a nice pace. If you throw an eye on the projected score, is now 277 based on this run rate, almost 14 and over. So a lot happening within the first 7 overs of this encounter.
Yeah, that's the other thing you have to remind yourself. Only 7 overs gone. So they have quite a lot of overs to play with.
Question is, could Pranz Garden pull things back? And there's only one way they can do that. We've been saying it all day, and that's with wickets. Ramdi Samaru continues from the southern end.
And keeping that one nicely on target. And that's good batting again. Just finding where there are gaps in the field. And the wind is picking up again quite nicely. It picks up so much that...
It's bringing some drizzle with it as well.
And not only that, I'm looking at the seats in the stand, and you can see the seats are rocking. The backrest is moving, the seats themselves are moving. That's well played again. They might only get a single.
So from brilliant sunshine just a couple minutes ago
So a little
to some
overcast,
cloud cover. Now we have a slight drizzle coming across the ground. But with a heavy breeze, it should blow away. I don't see any major threat. We are in almost... We are in March, or we are almost in March? What's the date
Almost
today,
in
Ruskin?
March. Today is
Almost
the
in March.
28th here. Today is the last day of February, so we'll start March tomorrow.
So the height of the dry season.
And you wouldn't want rain to spoil this fun here. This has really been exciting batting. And here we go again, trying to launch it behind square. You can see him. There is a man at deep backward square. There is a short fine leg or short backward square. More of a stopgap measure there for a miss hit. And that's brilliant fielding there to his own bowling. To end the over, and at the end of it, it remains 98 for no loss. So just the 1 run coming from that over.
The best over of the innings so far for Pranz Gardens. There's the single coming off it. 8 overs gone, 98 without loss. Piparo Scorchers being asked to bat first. Andrew Lejeune not out on 58 of 26 deliveries. Antonio Gomez, he's still there on 36 of 21. After having started the bulk of the scoring earlier on, his partner has taken over.
Yeah, Gomez has kind of taken a bit of a back seat here. Not that he minds too much because the runs are still ticking over. So Samaru is going to continue.
Single to start, 99. Stiff breeze has seemed to blow the drizzle away somewhat.
Again, good bit of fielding, but again, not clean. Kido Joseph getting in the way there. Again, just giving enough room to swing. It's off the stumps, it's angled across him, and he's just waiting on the back foot there to crush it through the offside.
That single brings up the 100 for the team and the 100 partnership. In double time, 100 of 51 deliveries.
Yeah, 8.3 overs.
Excellent partnership, excellent start for Piparo.
And that's played brilliantly into the gap, over and through, because there's a long off and then there is the deep cover, but the man at extra cover is short, and it went over his head and it then beat the two fielders outside, and 4 runs all the same. That's excellent batting from Gomez.
That's the sort of shot we saw from Gomez earlier on in the innings. He's moved on to 41 now off 23. 104 without loss. Certainly a platform for a huge total here.
Yeah, and it's a double-fisted attack. Not that one is just like drop anchor and the other one is firing away.
It's coming from both ends.
Yep. There's no respite. There's very little margin for error. And again he got it through. So excellent batting. And that's probably the most daunting thing for the bowlers, because there's no rest.
Yeah. From a Pranz point of view, they can't lose any hope. They can't drop their heads, because a couple of wickets can change this.
And that's excellent batting. It's talk about a man who looks confident of what he's doing. He just walked across the stumps almost like Vivian Richards, and then just turned the wrist and flicked it onto the onside for a comfortable single.
9 overs completed. Piparo Scorchers being asked to bat first. 107 without loss.
So welcome back as we get ready now for the 10th over. So this is the second and final double over, if you want to call it that.
Last one cost them 44 runs. And the same two batsmen are there. Yep. So let's see how this one goes.
And,
possibly lucky to get away with that one. Straight to the fielder, no run. Change of gloves. The little drizzle causing some problems. Bowler now with a towel, a rag, to do some drying to get grip.
So Kenson Lewis is the man operating there, hoping to not suffer a similar fate to what Akido Joseph did in over number 5. And And again, he can't get it through. He probably wants to hit it so hard that he's just losing his shape a little bit.
Yes, take it as it comes.
Yeah, and then the bowler not giving him much to work with in terms of pace. This time he gives him a little bit of pace and he takes advantage. Well, good bit of football skills out there. And again, it's Akito Joseph helping out there, put out that big boot and stopped it.
Even in these double overs, if you're not getting the boundaries, you're turning ones into twos, it will add up.
Yep. Yeah, but they were a bit negligent there with the running because they could easily have forced a second run. But maybe Gomez feels Lejean could handle the spinner spinning into him. That's what he was looking for, and again, just a single. Joseph does very well indeed. He almost overran it, and then he had to kind of slam on the brakes.
Kenson Lewis doing well here in this double over, I think we're calling it. Just 2 singles off it, so just 4 runs off the over so far with a couple deliveries to go. Far cry from what we had in the 5th. But he'll want to finish as well.
That's a brilliant shot. That's 4 runs.
That is carved. That is finding the gap. That is 4. In effect, 8.
Yep, and that will bring up his 50 as well. So both batsmen now getting half centuries, and both batsmen benefiting from the double runs in the over. So Antonio Gomez 29 runs for his 50, 29 balls rather for his 50.
For me, that shot was all about placement. That's not a huge gap there. Finds it with perfection.
And trying to just nibble it on the onside. It's a wide though because it came off the wicketkeeper, not the batsman. And when you do that in this over,
Might cost you 2.
yep, everything costs you double. Like that, but that could be bouncing towards the boundary. Well, that's 4 more. So after he started so brilliantly with a couple dot balls, the last couple cost him dearly. And 2 boundaries
And the wide.
on the wide. So
At the halfway stage, 10 overs completed. Piparo Scorchers are 129 without loss. With a huge platform to kick off on now as they look forward towards the final 10.
well, consider one team was bowled out for 116 in the first game. The second team used up 19 overs or 18 overs and 3 balls, so thereabouts, to get to 117. And this pair in 10 overs
Has passed that.
they have already added 129. So let's see how Samaru has up his sleeves.
2 overs for 18 runs, Samaru.
And he might get a wicket here now. This could go now. Samaru's trying to get it himself. He gets there, but he can't hold on.
Was always going to be difficult for him. But having gotten there, he would have wanted to do better than that.
Yeah, he did all the hard work. He got there, got both hands to it, and then he pushed it around the post.
It wasn't easy, but there's still a chance.
Well, if there's any consolation, it only counts for 2 runs and not 4. So they get 1, and I think they're happy with that. Gomez didn't seem too keen on coming back for a second.
They're keen for it now. I don't think it's on. 132 without loss as they continue. Piparo Scorchers.
Yeah, this is really an amazing assault here. And you know what is it? They're not taking too many unnecessary risks. They're playing good cricketing shots. interspersed with one or two big hits, but certainly the bowlers are giving them opportunities to score, and they're just taking advantage. This is where Lejean has to be smart. He don't just want to throw the bat at everything, but he needs to pick his spots, similar to what Gomez is doing. Gomez is a little bit more resolute in his shot selections, and that's better.
He moves on now to 73 with that single. Score moving on to 134.
Yeah, it's better you just pick his spots. They already have a good foundation. Don't just throw it away. Just continue to build, and when you get the bad balls, the ones that you can really clear the fence, will then pull the choke. And that's a thick edge. All of that counts.
Just a single.
Yeah, you'd have to say just a single, because we've seen some carnage already.
Samaru coming to the end of his third over, none for 24. He's been pretty economical considering the score this time. Finishes with a dot as well. 11 completed. Piparo on 135 without loss.
So really the heat is on right now, even though it's not as hot as it was when the first game ended, because there is this bit of cloud cover about. But all the same, in terms of the state of the game, I would imagine the players from Pranz Garden must be thinking, when are we going to get a breakthrough here? And what might be disturbing is that they might have some big power hitters still to come. So you get rid of one of these two, and then somebody comes and just slams the ball out of the ground regularly. You're probably saying, better we had kept this opening pair out there, because maybe just a little bit of rhythm has kind of gone out of their batting a little bit now.
Start of the 12th now. The new bowler from the southern end for Pranz Garden will nevertheless be looking to get that first breakthrough for his team, to try to pull something back for them before we get to the final overs, where the real carnage could really start. As it's turned behind square on the leg side just for a single. 136. Malgretoute.
That's a big and almighty swing there.
Getting nowhere near it, is wide of the off stump. Not considered wide by the umpire. Stays a dot.
You can see like he's just kind of losing his concentration a little bit. He's just swinging now. And he's looking to muscle the ball. When he times the ball so well, he just needs to do more of that. Yep, just turn it and run. They might get a second run if they hurry, and they decide against it. Again, Akido Joseph comes sprinting in there.
I think the fielder did well running off the boundary to prevent a second. It wasn't hit with any force towards him, so he had to cut it off, and did so well enough. 137.
And again they put him down, but that was traveling, that had some pace on it. And I suppose he had to make a business decision there. He tried to hold on to it, but you can't catch fire sometimes.
The opportunity was there though. He could have held on to it.
Easy for us to say, we out here in the pavilion.
Stays at 137 without loss. This time all along the ground. Taking no chances.
Again, that was hit really hard, and then again it was high to his left. He got both hands to it, but it just kind of burst through his hands. And when then he probably looked on and saw that he still had 10 fingers, and he was thanking his lucky stars there. All sorts of instructions coming from the spectators. They want a wicket or they want a 6. And they got neither. Or they get a second run. Well,
excellent.
Yeah, that's very, very good running between the wickets there.
12 overs completed. Piparo 140 without loss. Again in front of a small but very opinionated crowd here at the Brian Lara. Of course, they want wickets, they want runs, but not only that, Ruskin, as any Caribbean crowd, they're telling you how to do it as well.
Yeah, they know their cricket. Let's just put it that way.
It's a stand full of coaches.
Yep. And quite a number of them, if not all of them, would have either played a little bit or still playing now in their schools and villages or wherever it is they may be. So they obviously are playing from a position of knowledge. So they know what they're talking about. The only problem with that is they're not in the pavilion. They're not in the middle. They're up in the pavilion. So you could say anything from there. And that's a good straight hit. That's going gone. 6 runs.
Excellent straight hit by Gomez as he continues. Takes his score on to 146. Gomez carries his individual tally to 64. Randy Samaru into his 4th and final over. None for 30 now with that maximum.
And another one. This one is coming even further. Straighter and further.
I think that's one of the bigger ones we've seen today. The partnership now 152. These two really, really marching on for Piparo Scorchers. Gomez starting this 13th over with 2 maximums on the trot.
Yeah, it's really a daunting task for them right now. And what is probably going to be even more demoralizing is that by the time the batters get out there, they're so frustrated by it all. And it's almost like nothing is working for them.
Single taken. No signal from the umpire.
Yeah, so there was some bat.
There is some bat involved. 153. Lejean now back on strike on 76 of 38. So he's scoring at 200.
Well struck by Lejean, but he didn't place it as well as he had done previously. Might want a second. They're going for it. He's going to have to hurry here. He's struggling a bit there, Gomez. But eventually he makes it. And, well, as far as Pranz Garden is concerned, it doesn't matter how they get a wicket as long as they get one. And they almost did it via the run-out route.
In the end, 2 more added to the total, 155. Lejean moves on to 78. Samaru will now with his final delivery.
And he's trying to swing for the fences, and I'm a bit worried about Lejean because he just seems as if he's at that stage now where he doesn't really care anymore. He's just going to throw the bat at everything, and as a result, he's not as composed as he was earlier. 156 without loss now at the end of 13.
Lejean now on 79 and not out of 40. And if you're saying he doesn't care anymore, there has to be some sort of motivation. And as he moves into the 18, that motivation has to be triple figures.
Yep, yeah. He should be thinking about triple figures, and he's probably saying, how do I get to triple figures? I need another 20 runs from here.
21
runs needed from here. How do I get those 21 runs? 3 fours, 4 fours, whatever it takes, or 6 and 3 fours, anything, just to make it possible for him.
7 overs to go in the innings. 156. Projected score of 240. Pranz winning the toss, but still to take a wicket.
And again, you could see Lejean. He's really lost his shape a lot of time. Maybe he's just fatigued now because he's been running hard and swinging hard. And so he's probably just a little bit winded.
Single takes him on now to 80. Might as well hand over the strike to Gomez for some bit. Just give him some time to refocus, to catch his breath.
Yeah, this is where Gomez could play a big role here. Take some strike, dominate the strike for a bit.
Wide down the leg side, signaled by the umpire. 157. Not that Gomez is far behind, but Gomez is on 71 now. So he too will start to think. Slow.
Punch away brilliantly. And a nice bit of fielding out there. Did he keep it in? It looks like if he did. And they only got a single. Did the ball hit the rope? Well, the umpires say just a 1 run. How bizarre, but it certainly looked like it might have straddled the rope for a bit there. But 1 run.
.158. Should be a wide, signaled by the umpire. 159.
Now they're trying to see now how they can really limit damage. A wicket will help, but failing that, don't give them anything like that. This could be out. No, he decides to against coming forward and opted to protect the boundary and prevent the boundary, then try and take the catch. It's just those split-second decisions.
There's a tight one. Bowler taking the safer option in the end. Brings back Gomez on strike. He's now on 72.
And even that, a good ball is still squeezed out for a single. They say when you're bright, wet paper could cut you. That's exactly what is happening here at the Pranz Garden. Now, when they do something really well, that was a good Yorker. He still squirts it out there and gets a single. He gets off strike.
What's that saying? When you're blight wet?
Well, you know. Right, wet paper could cut you. There he goes again, and again he just threw the bat at it, and he just somehow manages to get it away, and they get 2 runs all the same.
And still looking for the third. It's not on though. But 14 completed now. Is it?
No, he still has a couple more. He still has another delivery, at least one more.
163.
Yeah, this is brilliant batting. Like I said, they really set the tone early. And this one, a slice in between the backward point and the short third man, and that's 4 more.
As the runs continue to flow here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, Piparo Scorchers has been asked to bat first after 14 overs. A 167 without loss.
What a I almost say what a start this is, but they've been batting now for 14 overs, and but what a development this is turning out to be. They can't. Okay, and you just missed another scorching boundary there from Mr. Gomez. He just continues to carry on here, and our humblest apologies to Aaron
Gopi
Chansing, who is the one making all the headway, the left-hander, but he's looking at his partner in crime and still trying his best here to bludgeon the bowling. He's up to 79 now, Gomez, and Gopi Chand Singh at the non-strikers end is on 82. And Mr. Andrew Lejean, who got all that praise earlier on, we apologize, but I'm sure you'll take it. All the compliments. That's another brilliant shot. That too is going to fly away. That's gone for 6. Oh, just one bounce.
One bounce into the boundary, 4 signaled by the umpire.
But it was close to the rope. I thought it had just snuck over.
Gomez now sneaking in front again. He's now on 83. As it continues to flow, it's 174.
What a score this would be if both batsmen got hundreds.
What an innings has been so far. No matter what happens from this point on. And judging from the previous game, we've never expected this sort of innings coming into this one.
Yeah, talk about a decision to field first, how much that had backfired, putting the opposition in. And they keep scoring more runs. And they're going back for a second run, and they'll get that too quite comfortably.
Yeah, Gomez not giving up the strike there now. 83 he's on off 45. Sorry, 85 off 45. 176.
Yeah, so he's 15 away. And his partner in crime is 18 away, so they're just right there on the cusp. Add some more runs. That's a brilliant effort there, but they're going to concede 2 runs despite all the work there by Akido Joseph. A brilliant stop, and they still scramble 2.
What a piece of fielding. Certainly saving a couple, but they still got 2 out of it. Score moves on to 178.
Yeah, it's just not going their way at all. So James Duncan is trying his best here for a breakthrough, and he won't get it there either. And I would imagine they're good friends, so they know each other very well, and there's no love lost there, but there's 100 for the taking. And both of these batsmen are trying to get there. 179 now after 15.
"15 overs completed, 179 without loss. Aaron Gopi chancing on 82 from 43 deliveries, and Antonio Gomez on 88. Both batsmen eyeing triple figures with 5 overs left in this innings. A projected score of around 240 at this stage. A mammoth score indeed.
Yep. Will be interesting to see what kind of chase Pranz Garden can mount here. And that's going to run away too. That's going, gone. 4 more. Well, all of a sudden Gomez has kind of changed gears here now. And he is racing along. He's up to 92 now. So he is just 8 runs away from a special 100.
183 without loss. Gomez continues. This partnership continues unabated. Pranz Garden certainly seem not to have an answer to either one of these.
Yeah, they really ran out of ideas a long time ago. They were just kind of hoping that the batsman would probably make a mistake. The best opportunity would have been one of those catches. We had the cotton bowl a couple overs ago.
Technically 2 cotton bowls.
Well,
Yeah.
yep, they're running
Yep.
effort. And here they're going to squeeze another 2 quickly.
There's loads of space there.
Yep. And they make it home quite comfortably in the end, although Gopichan Singh just managed to get home there.
$185.
And it's going to be a leg by. I don't think he got any bat onto that one.
Confirmed by the umpire. Leg by signal.
So here's the young man now. Can he get going once more and maybe get to his 100 first? He has a long on, deep mid wicket and a deep square on the boundary. On the onside, but he's going through the offside. That's a good shot. They want a second run. It's not there.
Again, good to see the intent, but it wasn't on. So good decision in the end. Single carries the score to 187. Gomez back on strike on 94.
1 hit away from triple figures.
And judging what we've seen previously in this innings, he
Is-
may very well go for it.
Yeah, is this the ball? That's a very good delivery. One of the best he had to face. It was quick on. It was on target. Limited him to just a 1. But even a good ball like that, he's able to pinch a single. So he's up to 95 now. And back on strike, Gopichan Singh. Can he get a boundary? And that's a gift that he is able to put away nicely for 6.
The maximum by Gopichan Singh to end the over. Piparo Scorchers continue on this charge that they've been in since the start of this innings. 16 overs completed. They are 194 without loss. Gopi Chansing not out on 89 and Gomez not out on 95.
You know, I'm racking my brain here to see if I've ever seen a T20 innings where the two openers batted through and they didn't lose a wicket in a T20 game.
That is pretty uncommon.
Yeah, very, very uncommon. Normally one batsman would probably carry on. They might get a good start and then one would probably get out and the other one would probably carry on and get to 100. But here you have both batsmen soldiering on here and they're batting deep. They've already faced 16 overs together. So they're 4 overs away, 24 balls. But more importantly, this man is on the cusp of 100 here. 95 not out from 51 balls so far.
New bowler Romario Singh for Pranz Garden. Coming into the attack for the first time.
Welcome. Welcome. 2 bounces. So he's on to 99 now.
Mr. Gomez not holding back at all. He's played this way throughout the innings. There was a period of time after the power play when he would just start for strike a little bit and scoring slowed somewhat for him.
Okay, she's 98. So he's actually on 98, is it? So he's on 98 and not 99. But boy, if he connects, it doesn't really matter. It's going to fly somewhere. Let's see if he gets over the line here. And he just cooks it, almost gets it back to the bowler. Luckily for him, it was just away. So now he's on 99. So he's 99 from 53 deliveries.
Not very far away from in the hands of the bowler there. The score now on 199 as well. Gopi Chansing on strike now. He's on 89, so all the 9s involved.
Yep. That's well played, and they're going to get the single. So that brings Gomez back on strike now. So he's 1 away from 100. 200 is on the board.
200 team score, 200 partnership as well. Much appreciated by the team and by the small crowd here at Brian Lara. Gomez on 99.
There it is. A brilliant 100 indeed from this young man. What a fine effort it has been. He started quickly. He consolidated for a bit. And then he picked up the action again. And here he is with a deserved 100.
100 of 53 deliveries for Gomez. What an enterprising, entertaining knock it has been on this Saturday afternoon, and well appreciated by his teammates and the crowd gathered here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. But it's not over.
And they're going to run one. They might get a second if they hurry. They decide against it. And it's probably a good decision as well. 3 6s and 10 4s.
I think it might be more than 10 4s with the doubles that would have been recorded as 8s. But it's truly been a gem of an innings by Gomez.
And this one is cracking. He could be out. No. Well. All the fielder had to do was take one step forward, and it probably would have fallen right in his lap. But Franz Mohammed decided against coming forward, and it just dropped. It dropped almost a foot in front of him.
One step forward and wait and take it comfortably. In the end, the single taken, 17 overs gone. Piparo Scorchers being asked to bat first, remember, 203 without loss, with 3 overs still remaining.
Well, the big fella has been warming up now ever since these two walked out to bat, and he's still warming up. So he has probably played every shot in the book, trying to get warm, trying to stay warm, hoping to get a chance to bat, and he hasn't had any luck so far.
Focus now shifts it back onto Aaron Gopi-Chan Singh, who's on 91 not out.
And
Of course, the team total is also important.
Yep, they're over 200. That's the big thing here. 203 on the board already. You look at the fans. They've been treated to a fine display of batting. And again, I have to say that we've seen a lot of good orthodox shots that just scorched the turf. And we've seen some of that too, where he's been able to muscle the ball into the deep. And I think he has recognized that it's time for his teammate to take center stage now. So he's probably just going to rotate the strike as often as he can.
And give Aaron Gopi-Chan Singh the opportunity
Yep.
to do what he has to do. But you're very right in terms of the orthodox shots we've seen throughout the inning so far. At a run rate of just about 12 or so, we have not seen one scoop or one reverse or anything of the sort. Any sort of innovation has been proper shots.
And they're going to run again to get a single. They might get a second run, and they will. A big misfield there. And Samaru was attacking the ball. And then he just, almost like his boot got stuck in the turf. So more importantly, he's up to 93 now.
And back on strike.
Can he get a boundary? And he smashes that one back past the bowler. That's going to run close to the ropes. A little bit of football. And no, he doesn't keep it in. It goes for 4. Well.
So straight, almost back over the non-striking stumps. And the field's
Look at it, the football, yep.
making a meal of it.
And the left foot not strong enough to keep it in play. So he goes to 97 now. 3 away. One swing of the bat. And he's hit this one. This one is going. Gonna drop short. Are they going back for the second? Yes, they will. Can he get him out? No, he cannot. Gomez makes it back. And he is on 99.
In fact, the scorers are telling us that that's his 100.
Well, they say he's up to 100 now. So, well, 100 from 51 deliveries.
So both openers for Piparo Scorchers, both Antonio Gomez and Aaron Gopi-Chan Singh, bringing up triple figures. What an innings it has been from both of them as they continue to carry their team to a huge total.
Yeah, this is amazing. Yeah, like I said, you'll be scratching your head to figure out when last you would have seen two openers carry the bat to hundreds in a T20 game. But these two have done it here, and they've done it in impressive fashion. And the over hasn't ended as yet. 214 already on the board.
I guess the next challenge is to see if they can carry their bats throughout the 20 overs.
And I think Gomez is aware of that. And so if you notice, he's not really playing any aerial shots anymore. He's trying to keep everything on the ground now. So finally the over comes to an end.
We
to-
got, we off.
yeah.
Got.
Romario Singh is going to continue here. Can they just get a breakthrough? I think that's they have 12 deliveries. Can they somehow prize out a wicket? And that's another scorching straight drive. He's hitting the ball so well. And like I said, you could just see his attitude has changed. He's no longer going the aerial route. He just seemed content in hitting it on the ground because I think he's in the back of his mind. He wants to come not out. He has 100, but he wants to be unbeaten at the end of the day.
So that will suggest that he thinks his team score is good enough.
It's a good enough score, and he just wants to see it out now. If they get one or they get two, he's happy with that. He doesn't seem as if he wants to go aerial. Let's see his teammate though. And this time, it's a full toss. This is the height. That's the important thing. Is it a no ball? Because you could see that is what he is arguing here. Gopi Chand Singh has to go for 101. Finally, the breakthrough comes. Singh, Romario Singh is the one.
It's certainly a fair argument from Gopi Chand Singh, but no signal from the umpire, which means his innings has come to an end. What an innings it has been, what a partnership it has been. The opening partnership putting on 216. Gopi Chand Singh raises his bat as he comes off the field into his pavilion, into his players, who no doubt are quite appreciative of what they have just seen.
Where his teammates are all applauding him, hugs everywhere. I almost said hugs and kisses, but it's only hugs. And you look at the height of the delivery, it was clearly over his waist, and that could so easily have been called a no ball, and he might still be there. But that's the difference you can see between him right now. He's really tired. He's fatigued here right now. He's just swinging the bat. Just look at his body shape. He's all over the place. He's not really. He's not. His base isn't as solid as it was earlier. He's probably on 1 foot there as well. So it's really been a. But you look at it there. It's really the height of the ball. It's way above his waist.
New batsman.
And
Ruskin says he's been warming up for 18
He's
overs.
been warming up for 18 overs and a bit. And he's finally getting a chance out there in the middle.
Starts with a single.
Akil Jamel. But what a fantastic performance. 260 for the opening wicket. And Gomez again. And you can just see, he is somebody who is very experienced, you could tell, because he has just switched off. He knows how important it is for him to come not out here now and to bat through the innings. So we are not certain if it has ever been done in this tournament before. I doubt it very much, but he's looking hell-bent on doing that. And there's a big one that's gone! Rakim Cornwall and he just cleared long on. A real gift.
There's a question about the height as well.
Yep.
I think the umpire is saying it's okay.
He said it was dropping down. But certainly the Cornwall lookalike didn't care the height there. He just hoiks it over long on for 6. Is he bigger than Cornwall? He's pushing Rakim there, you know. He's a big fella. He's a heavy set, big unit.
My goodness.
Yeah, it should be a no ball. Look at the height. I mean, even if it came down, it wasn't going to come down a foot. When he made contact, look at where the bat is. It's almost in his rib cage height there. And again, and he's gone for one. So certainly the way to end the over 19 going now. It's 225 for one.
As we move into the final over of this one. Remember, a long time ago it seems like Pranz Garden winning the toss and deciding to field the first, take first ball, asking Piparo to bat first. With 1 over remaining in this innings, it's 225 for one.
Yeah, this has been a, and you I mean the innovation of the double runs really just adds intrigue to the whole thing.
5th over went for 44 when you check it.
Yep, and the 10th over was also failed because the last 3 deliveries was a wide, a 4, and I think another 4. So they doubled those scores.
That's 18 in the last
so
3.
So they've got 18 in those in the last 3 balls. So they've utilized that privilege very well.
Which is the point of it? Which is the innovation and to encourage that sort of hitting in those overs.
And the big fella goes sprinting after one. He wants a second run. It's not there. And they'll get it now. So he's back on strike. And I tell you what, Gomez is not at all disappointed with that. If he doesn't face another ball,
he's good with that.
He is happy with that. He will just stay at the non-strikers end and enjoy the show from there.
And you can't blame him.
No, but I think he wants to see what Jamil could do, and Jamil could clear the fence here for sure. And that's a good take.
Excellent take by the keeper. That could have been 5 wides.
Yep. Keeper Edmonds, the captain. Anselm Edmond, he must be saying, why did I choose to field first? The sunshine is back with us now. But that ball is disappearing into the deep quickly. And if they wanted a second run, they probably could have had that too. But I think Gomez is just intent on probably not getting any more wickets to fall. So he's probably just going to stroke this around the place and maybe steal a quick 2, because depending on where he places it, he might be able to get 2 runs. And again, you can see him, all his shots on the ground. He's worked this out in his mind very well.
Ever since the century, yes. He's in that mood. Just keep it down, keep it simple, turn the strike over. Jamil back on strike, 10 from 5, 3 deliveries left.
But the big fella again, he's probably trying to hit it so hard. They might get a second run. Yes, they will. And they get it too. Is he going to get a 3rd run? Yes. The overthrow, they all count. Three runs to the total there. And Kido Joseph probably wondering what happened. 67 runs conceded. And he still has 2 legal deliveries to go.
232 for one with those 2 legal deliveries left. Gomez back on strike on 106.
And still trying to. That's the first time we saw anything like that.
First piece of innovation we've seen for the innings.
Or anything like that.
And the second to last ball of the innings.
Yep, and because he's seen the gap down at fine leg here, there's nobody down there. So he said even if he doesn't hit it well, once he gets it in that gap, he probably could get, if not a boundary, certainly get 2. And this was gone. 4 more.
What a way to finish it for Antonio Gomez. He finishes on 110 and not out. Piparo Scorchers being asked to bat first. on this Brian Lara Cricket Academy's wicket. They finish on a 236 for 1 in their 20 overs. Gomez 110 not out. Aaron Gopi chancing his opening partner 101 as well. And Akil Jamil with a cameo at the end, the 13 of 16. It's been hard work for Pranz Garden. Piparo Scorchers 236 posted.
Yeah, 236.01. What a splendid performance that has been. And he thoroughly deserves all the applause that he's gotten. Really a fantastic effort with the bat. And I just like the idea of the way he approached his innings and then the way he ended the innings. He didn't really take too many risks because he knows in the back of his mind that there was a record somewhere in there and he was intent on keeping his end of the bargain. He remains 110 not out, 236. That's going to take some getting. We'll have their reply when we come back. Welcome back as we get ready for the reply, and it certainly is going to take some getting here.
Well, if Pranz Garden was to get anywhere close to this Piparo Scorchers total, we're in for a hell of an afternoon, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's going to take some effort to get those runs. And it certainly is, if they're to achieve it, it's going to take a remarkable effort to get what it does say, that we're in store for something amazing.
Next one is
237, the target for Pranz Garden after winning the toss earlier on.
Keith Weeks it is who's going to pick up the attack.
Big centuries from Antonio Gomez and Arian earlier on in the day. An opening partnership of some 216 runs.
Antonio Gomez and Arun Gopichan Singh.
Gopichan Singh.
And I think Gopichan Singh has the gloves, so he's in the game.
Tough job.
From the get-go.
That means he has to be mentally on for the full duration of this game.
Well, it's up to his bowlers and now on fielders to make it an easy second half for him. That's an excellent shot to start things off. It's actually going through. It's going to be 4 runs. What a start.
Just the start that Pranz Garden would have hoped for. Chasing this mammoth total of 237. They start with a boundary, 4 without loss.
And of course, Firaz Mohammed. So now it's a question, can they keep the momentum going? And Anselm Edmonds. More runs here again, but they'll be happy with just the 1 run.
Just nudging it into the gap at mid-wicket. Score moving on to 5.
Actually, this is Anselm Edmonds who is on strike now. Is it? Yeah. Driven hard.
Yep.
Again, they learned from the mistakes from their own field because they put the protection out on the offside. We saw them leak a number of runs through the offside. Down the wicket he goes, and again trying to shorten the distance between the bowler and batsman, and trying to get to the pitch of the ball as quickly as he can. We see a number of batters try that, to try to get to the pitch of the ball or as close to the pitch of the ball as possible. Get there before it starts to move. That's well played. That's going to run close to the boundary, if not get to the boundary. It's slowing up. It's a bit chase, and it does slow up. And there should have been a 3rd run, but they settle for 2.
Yeah, they could have taken 1 on this throw there to end the over. In the end, 1 over completed. Pranz chasing 237 and 9 without loss.
Yeah, this is going to be such a task for them, but there's nothing like a good start to give you hope. And
But the comparison actually puts them in front. Piparo started at 8 without loss after 1.
there you go. So they're on course.
To match it will be a big feat though.
Yep.
To match the next 19.
Yeah, that's going to be the big challenge. Can they maintain? And because it's not going to be easy to do that. Damian Ransom is coming into the attack. So he will be bowling first up to Firaz Mohammed, who is on 1. And that's gone. There's a man out there. Just over his head it goes.
An excellent piece of timing there by Firaz Mohammed. Getting to the pitch of it 2 steps down the wicket. As I said earlier, just negating any possible movement and clipping it away over mid-wicket. 6.
Yeah, you're going to need keen eyes and good hand-eye coordination if that's the approach you're going to take. Interesting to see how the bowler adjusts to that. Does he shorten his length or push it closer to the off stump or even wide of the off stump? Down the wicket he goes again, but he's really trying to put everything on the onside. I think he'd be better advised sometimes to just play it on merit. We saw that in the first innings.
Yeah, especially with there being no deep fielders on the offside as well. So just have to get it through that inner ring. And runs are on offer. 16 without loss.
Ransom has just a slip, a backward point, a cover, extra cover and a mid-off, a mid-wicket, a long one, a square leg, just forward of square, and a short and a fine leg, just at the edge of the circle. Oh, that's a beauty. Again, the batsman shaping to drive, but again he's trying to pull it and then making a late adjustment. Misses out. Luckily he didn't get an edge.
Just looking to see if that one kept a bit low as well.
In the air it goes again. That's just going to sail out to the ground. That's gone for 6.
Hanslim Edmund putting everything under that. Went pretty high indeed, but it also had the distance. Another maximum in the over.
And once the breeze picks it up, it's just going to take it further and further away.
22 without loss. Pranz Gardens making something of this chase so far.
And he's trying again. They want the single. It's not there. And it's going. Well, there is a chance of an overthrow. They eventually will get the single. But the man who was backing up again slipped sliding away.
A lot of confusion, a lot happening out there in the middle. In the end, just one added to the total. 23 without loss.
And that's the pressure of such a big total. They feel they have to swing at everything. And, you know, that's the scoreboard pressure. You want to keep going.
Faraz Mohammed feeling like he missed out on that final delivery of the second over. Just getting it straight to the mid-wicket fielder. 2 overs gone. Chasing 237. Pranz Garden, 23 without loss.
And this is a good start for them, because think back to when Piparo started there. I think they were just 17 without loss after 2. The first 3 overs or so cost them something like 27 runs. And then they just kind of took off after that.
It all started in that 5th over, that first double over. When they amassed some 44 runs and never stopped after that.
Yeah, it really was a remarkable performance. Do we have a change of bowling already? Or is it the bowler is doing over his marking? And that's played beautifully through the gap. It goes. That's going to run away down the hill and into the ropes now for 4.
Again starting the over with a boundary. Putting the pressure back onto the bowler. It's good batting from Pranz Garden. They're now 27 without loss. Edmund up to 19.
Yeah, and Weeks has to be careful here, because he's starting the ball on or about middle and off stump. There's a little curl for him, but he doesn't have the pace. So the ball is just hanging up there, and the batsmen are turning him through the onside because he's so full. And that's better because he's wider of the stump now.
Yeah, the change in line worked. It remains at the same length. It's still full, but going wider of the off stump. Batsman not being able to make contact. He'll want to stay there because he has no protection on the boundary on the onside either. The two deep fielders both on the offside.
Plus he doesn't even have a short fine leg, so he has to stay away from the leg stump as much as possible. That's better because the batsman has to check his shot. He couldn't go through the line with that one. A little shorter and a little wider as well.
And he has the protection there for it. 28 now without loss. Faraz Mohammed back on strike. We've seen the tendency from him to take a step or two down the wicket.
I think he's got to do that over. I think if you're a Newcastle fan, you wouldn't be happy today because they lost 3-2 to Everton. But Liverpool, the red side, they
What was the score there?
they won 5-0, I think it is. And that's a great shot. That's a brilliant shot. And that's gone for 6.
Pranz Gardens continuing the chase here. Started solidly indeed.
We were talking about avoiding that leg stump. And once he drifts in there, and the batsman can get under him because he's not that quick.
Dispatched over the boundary. 34 without loss. Liverpool actually defeating West Ham 5-2.
5-2. It's the end of that one.
Manchester City defeating Leeds 1-0. Close at the top.
Yep.
Between City and Arsenal.
I think Arsenal plays Chelsea tomorrow. That's
Tomorrow,
another
that's a big one.
London derby. They just beat Spurs last week. They have Chelsea this week. And he got away with that one. Again, the length just a little bit
Dot ball.
in between length. And because the batsmen are so intent on going across the line of the ball.
Problem with that Arsenal game tomorrow, it might be the same time with the West Indies taking on India.
Yep.
In what is virtually a World Cup T20 World Cup quarter final. The winner
And
goes through.
again, and this is where Mohammed has to be careful. That delivery was starting on about off stump going away, and he's still trying to pull it through the onside. He could drive that through extra cover or back past the bowler and hold his shape a little bit better. To end the over, another dot ball, 34 without loss now after 3.
Comparison suggests that Pranz Gardens are in front at this stage at 34 without loss, at a similar stage after 3 overs. Piparo Scorchers were 25 without loss. So a good positive start for Pranz. And again, that 5th over is going to be very, very critical for them. If they can maximize the use of it, where the runs are doubled in the 5th and 10th.
So what it does now, it calls for a little bit of strategy. As a captain, you probably want to keep one of your stronger bowlers to bowl specifically the 5th and the 10th overs so that you try to minimize the damage as much as possible with one of your frontline bowlers, one of your better bowlers. Ransom. There he goes again. That's a nice hit. And just what an effort indeed. They almost had it.
Getting some congratulations from his teammates as well for the effort.
I think he went with one hand.
He did.
Couldn't hold on to it.
It was traveling as well. Excellent effort. In the end, just 35 without loss, bringing Faraz Mohammed back on strike.
This too is just over the head of the mid-wicket fielder, and he will get 4 runs for it. And he didn't really middle that one. He more or less cuffed it. It hit him high up on the bat almost by the handle.
The bowler somewhat disappointed, thinking the fielder at mid-wicket could have done a bit better. Fair argument. As far as I'm concerned, in the end it goes for 4.
He never
39
got a
without
touch.
loss.
Yeah, he never got a touch on it. This one is high. This is catchable, but I feel he's going to get away with it. Yes. And it just was too far. Had too much ground to cover there. Never looked like he was going to get under it. So a lot happening, but nothing is going to hand per se. And another day one might stick and things start to happen once again. That's another good shot into the gap. It goes. And big effort. Out in the deep.
Yeah, solid piece of fielding there at the square leg boundary. Just 2 more added to the total. But Faraz Mohammed not holding back now.
That's a good hit, but again there's a man there, and again he cannot hold it in.
This time much simpler than his previous attempt, but not being able to hold on. If Faraz Mohammed gets another life.
Yeah, talk about living a charmed life here, but he's just going. He's not worried. He knows his team needs a good start. Should have been taken, and it was in and then out. And certainly, and that's Keith Weeks. And again, over the head. Again an effort. This is a good effort though, because he was sort of turned around, trying his best to get his balance under him, and couldn't do so. That's Denzel Hall. He was going to his left, turned back to the right.
I think the breeze had an impact on that one, as it just stood in the air there for a minute.
So the end of the over, 4 now, 45.
An eventful fourth over comes to an end.
And it brings us into over number 5, where each score counts as double now.
At this stage, Piparo Scorchers were 35 without loss. They were 10 runs behind. But things turned in this 5th over for them in a positive way. The way Faraz Mohammed and Anslim Edmund are going, I suggest that they will try to replicate that sort of profit from this over.
Yeah, you have to be thinking in terms of making a bold statement here. Question is, who is going to bowl this over? And it looks like Weeks is going to continue. I don't know what the rest of the bowling is, but I wasn't going to bowl Weeks at 3rd over on the trot. Or is it Halls, who it looks like is 17, is going to pick up the attack now, is it?
Denzel Halls in this all-important 5th over, where the scores will be doubled. Edmund on strike.
That's a good shot. Into the gap it goes. A long chase. Two runs resulting, but make that 4 because they'll double it up.
Ideally, they'll be looking for the boundaries in this over. It's a problem with the ball, however.
Yeah, they're hitting it too hard.
Umpire's calling for a new ball, or a replacement ball to be precise.
So I think we've had a replacement ball and all set. That's good football there. Good cricket, actually, I should say. Diving effort to keep it in front of him.
Good football skills. Keeping skills.
Keeping skills there. We saw a couple players earlier trying to play the ball with their feet but not having much luck. That's a good delivery. You could just see the movement is wide, and probably rightly so, but you could just see the little bit of movement. I don't know if it's the new ball or the changed ball that has a little bit of juice in it.
White brings up the 50.
Now, is there a player outside of the circle or a third player? Is that what the umpire is calling? So is it a no ball? Yes, it is a no ball and a free hit. So the player didn't start at the circle, he was outside of the circle. He probably ended up in the circle. And so they're going to give it as a no ball. So that negates the wide.
He already signaled wide.
He already signaled the wide.
You have to change the decision. In the end, no harm is done. A dot ball for the free hit.
Yep, and they still only got the one run for either the wide or the no ball. We no ball because we had a free hit. So although he didn't cancel the wide,
the end result remains the same.
Yep. That's a good hit. Is there somebody getting under it? No. Again, the ball is just dropping in between players and fielders. And nobody seemed to be able to get a hand on some of these aerial shots.
They run 2, so 4 added to the total.
So that's 2 at the top, that makes it 4. They run another 2 here, that's another 4.
And the 2 no ball.
The 2 no balls, so that's 10 already.
Correct.
And some more here, that's a blistering shot.
Should go straight to the fielder though.
So you can make that 12 from this over so far.
2 to go.
Well, let's see what it is. Mohammed, can he get lift off here and clear the fence? They need something big the rest of this over. The man at cover comes in, and the long on, the mid on goes to long on, and this one goes over mid wicket, going to bounce and roll into the fence. More square leg than anything else, and 4 runs. So double that, that's 8.
8 added to the total.
Added to the 12, that would make it 20 or so from that over. So not bad in the end. You just see the ball beating the fielder into the wind. So 65.
Umpire called over.
Yep.
Well, the umpire has called over.
The free hit ball, and then so
after the no ball there was a free hit. The free hit was a single.
Mm-hmm.
No, the free hit was a dot. Yeah. So 5 overs completed, 65 without loss. Pranz Garden would have scored
77.
20 runs in that double over.
Yep.
As we move into the final over of the power play.
77 would have been the corresponding score after 5 overs when Piparo batted. And chance at a possible thing when nothing doing. They do have the man at square leg out on the fence and the long one. Those are the two men out in this final power play over. Hit hard into the gap for 4.
Just into the gap, just beating the fielder at mid-off. Going easily past him, 4 more added. Taking the score now on to 69. Pranz Garden still in it, having not lost a wicket. Edmund and Mohammed going fairly well.
Yeah, they're giving themselves a chance here. And everybody is in tune. We're hearing the players, and the players' enclosure is just below us, and they call that wide before the umpire could even spread the wings.
They call that wide before I pass his stump.
Yes, they're so in tune. And again, this could be the first wicket though, and he goes swinging hard there, and Edmund goes for 38, trying his best to get on with things. They know it's an uphill task, but he eventually goes for 38 here.
Edmund just getting that leading edge, looping to the fielder at point. First wicket goes for Pranz Gardens, 70 for 1, chasing 237.
Yeah, this is going to be a big ask for them. And no matter how you slice it, it's going to take a Herculean effort. And here's the man with the peculiar number, Akito Joseph.
Akito Joseph, 16.25. Didn't fare too well with the ball in hand, but now has the opportunity with bat in hand to continue his team's progress towards this huge target of 237.
Yeah, this is where things could become very interesting now, because we to the end of the power play overs, and we have 3 legal deliveries left in over number 6 to close out the power play. They've had a good start. This is a solid foundation. I think most teams would accept 70 for 1 in 6 overs. The problem is they have this mammoth total.
When you look at it in the context of the entire game.
Yep. So it's going to take something out of the ordinary here. Everybody is going to have to contribute. Now that I have seen, where 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all get half century, 1 or 2 might have gone on to make hundreds, but they need everybody to make a contribution in this effort.
Yeah, in the T20 game, this seems to be the norm now, where all batsmen go hard. So you have 5-6 batsmen scoring 30. And the team scoring 180, 200 with that, without any one batsman really going on. But what we saw earlier in the first innings here was wow.
It's a big blistering hit there with a big booming bat, but just a single to show for it. So 6 overs completed now, and after 6 overs, 71 for 1.
In terms of the comparison, this is where we will start to see Pranz just falling behind after 6 overs. Piparo were 88 without loss. And again, it's all because of that double over where they amassed some 44 runs.
Certainly a big opportunity for them to make a statement here. If they can get, even if they get close to it, that is going to be a statement by itself. The challenge for them is it's going to require some good clean hitting, but it's also going to require tremendous concentration.
Yeah, some good clean thinking as well.
Because in between the big hits, what I liked about that opening pair was the running between the wickets. They were pushing for runs. Even though at the latter half they kind of slacked off, I suppose that's when the fatigue started to step in. And
But even then, they were looking for the singles,
yep,
if not the twos.
yeah, the twos they kind of backed off from, but generally they were always willing to take their single. Is this Andrew Lejean who is coming into the attack now?
So we are finally seeing Andrew Lejean.
Yeah, we gave him so much praise. He sat in the pavilion and scored 100. And you'd say, but it wasn't book cricket either. So can he prize out a couple of wickets here now and really put Pranz Garden under more pressure? It's bad as it is that they have this huge total in front of them.
No one seems to be ready.
Yeah, it doesn't seem as if Joseph was happy. So Akido Joseph. And he hits that hard but straight to the fielder. And he certainly give that a good whack there. Denzel holds in the way.
Looking to give that one a good whack as well. It's too wide, doesn't make contact. You start to see the shadows making its way across.
The ground. Yep. That's a good thing. He's bowling off spin, but he's starting it outside the off stump, so he has to fetch it. There he goes again, trying to tug everything towards the onside, and not giving him swinging room, as they say. He probably will have to learn how to punch those balls through the offside, especially since it's turning away from the left-hander.
Faraz Mohammed back on strike now. He's been going at a good clip, 30 off 14. Will he try to take one Andrew Lejean?
I think, but I think he's more inclined to want to go across the line.
Just like that.
They might get a second run here if they go quickly. Yes. So 2 runs. So bowlers under pressure, batsmen under pressure here. Because whenever you have a batsman who is intent on scoring and then plays 1 or 2 good shots and does in fact get a good score, as a fielding team you start to worry. The longer he sticks around, and here's the reverse. Can't get nothing for it.
Good smart piece of fielding there by Jamil. Preventing any thought of a run.
Now they're going to keep trying. Very close to the boundary. Going back for a second run. If he hit, he would have been out. It needed a direct hit.
That's coming back for the third, actually.
Yep, for the third run, they needed a direct hit. And it just missed. Didn't miss by much. But they all count. And yes, again, another close encounter there.
7 overs completed. 77 for 1, chasing 237.
Yeah, 77 for 1 represents a good score, but is it enough? So a big discussion there as to who is going to bowl, more importantly, how he's going to bowl. And this is Antonio Gomez, who did his bit with the bat, but now he's back with the ball. He got 100. Can he get a 5-4 as well?
That will be someday at the office.
Really a fairly innocuous delivery outside the off stump that the wicketkeeper failed to haul in. But it might work out fine because it brings the left-handed Joseph.
Well, no signal from the umpire, so it seems that there was some bat on it. Buys?
That's
Okay, so
really-
buys did come.
Yeah, because the bat was well away, way away from that. This is the matchup that they want, though. And you could see him; he's really swinging at everything. And you, as a bowler, you back yourself. Sooner or later, he's going to miscue one. So you just try to mix up your deliveries as much as possible in terms of the speed of deliveries, maybe even the amount of spin you're imparting on the deliveries. What you want him to do is pitch one in front of him and want him to try to swing across it. Probably take the edge and spooner catch the point or third man. Or you do that, you go right through him. Unfortunately, you missed the stump though. Another bye.
Second time for the over. 81 for 1 now. Brings back Faraz Mohammed on strike. He's sitting now on 35. Quick 35 of 18 deliveries.
From around the wicket, he's just angling it in. I don't think there's much spin in there for him. He's just putting it around, and the batsmen are just swinging, trying to clear the fence as much as possible. So not every attempt is going to be clean. So you're going to have instances like that where the ball just spoons up in the air but falls safely.
Skies and plugs.
And again, this time he could be out caught, and he dropped it. Well. Straight into his hands there. And you really have to accept that Denzel Hall had it. It wasn't coming at him with any great pace, and maybe that is what threw him off. He closed his hands a little too soon.
Not the first attempt being put down by Piparo. He should be taken, however.
And again, he's really just angling. Now, he doesn't have a delay like, is it the Pakistani bowler that runs up, stops, powders his nose, tries the laces, and then delivers the ball. Gomez isn't as slow or as delayed as he is, but he too has a kind of a delay, a very languid and very, very late delivery. The end of that over. 84 for 1 now after 8.
After 8.
And the day again turns out to be a really nice day because we did have that little threat of rain where we had some dark clouds hovering around the ground, but we did say the wind was strong, so it would push it push it away from us, and so said, so done. So much of our weatherman skills, and pushing it away. I would imagine my good friend Ian would be happy, or even Colin Croft. Colin Croft was one who always
Was able to.
because he was a pilot, he
Yeah.
had to understand the weather patterns and cloud and whatever. So he always on me with nimbus,
Cumulus
and
nimbus.
cumulus nimbus, and everything else. And again, another swing and a miss here, because they're really going for broke here now, trying to hit everything out of the park.
Wide signal this time by the umpire.
Yep, because it was started down leg side, and you really have to stay away from the leg side when you're bowling at that pace, because batsmen could just wait for you there and feast. He doesn't have any terrific pace. The ball isn't coming at with a great loop or anything like that. He's just serving it up there. This man is going to swing though, and he's going to swing hard whenever he gets that chance, because it's almost as if he knows the urgency of the moment. They can't fall too far behind.
That's a good ball to him, though, preventing that swing. This time it is a bit of a loop. A leading edge.
Maybe this
Baker.
time. And Joseph goes for 5. And eventually the catch is taken. And the same man who put down the one before, Ransom, holds on to this one.
Yeah, this one much slower
Or
through
rather,
the air with the
gentle
flight.
ball, yeah.
Going for the shot, just getting a leading edge. And looping towards the fielder. Second wicket falls, 86 for 2.
So 86 for 2 now, and Lejean has a wicket. So James Duncan is the new batsman.
$151 needed of 70 deliveries. That's the equation facing Pranz Gardens at this point in time. As we are into the 9th over, they're now on 86, chasing 237. Brilliant innings we saw earlier on from the Piparo Scorchers. 2 centuries, 2 Centurion openers in Arun Gopichan Singh and Antonio Gomez, putting on 216 for that opening wicket. That first wicket only felt, I think it was the 18th over or so. So they really carried the innings and gave the innings an impetus that will be very, very difficult to replicate.
Actually, was in the 19th over.
The 19th over.
So they really batted beautifully, and again, even the dismissal could easily have been called a no ball for height, but the umpires were not convinced. This could be interesting if he picks up, has a throw and just misses out. And again, good approach work, good attacking of the ball, good release of the ball, and in the end a good run.
Yeah, good running as well. So good cricket all around. 87 for 2.
So now Firaz Mohammed, he has work to do. Almost got himself into a bit of a tangle there, and he's trying to sweep it. There is a backward square and there's a short fine leg, fairly wide, so he's going to have to be mindful of those two. He wants a single, and Duncan is not interested.
He's pretty annoyed that Duncan said no to that. Still annoyed and showing that annoyance. I really think that could have been a suicide run.
The thing is, when you're thinking team, he can't get annoyed and then just throw his hand away. He has to be focused or refocus again. So that ends the over. A little bit of a strange end to the over. 2 defensive pods, really, and no run. So at the end of the over, there's a look at the scorecard so far. And
87 for 2 after 9, chasing 237. Faraz Mohammed not out on 37 of 23 deliveries. James Duncan not too long approaching the crease on 1 for 1. A lot to do for Pranz Garden here if they have to get close to this total that they are chasing, this huge total of 237.
well, they have a chance here now because they have another double over. They can double their delight with some big hits in this over.
Who is being entrusted with the responsibility of delivering this all-important 10 over? Number 12 on his back,
That's Keith Weeks.
Mr. Weeks.
This is now the sad thing is that Firoz Mohammed is not on strike first up because
He's a man inside. He's a man that's been set
he's the one that
since
you
the
want.
start of the innings.
Yeah, he's the one you want facing this one, and you want it from the get-go because you're trying to get as many runs as possible here in this particular over. This is the second of 2 overs that counts for double, and that's a great delivery right up in the block hole. Hit that if you need, man.
Yeah, he will love 5 more of those right inside. No way the batsman can get under those. But the single brings back Faraz Mohammed on strike.
Yeah, so he's now on strike, and he's the one under pressure now because he's going to have to try and deliver in this over. And there's always the possibility that he might choose the wrong ball to play one of those cross-batted shots that he likes to play. He tends to go across the line of the ball quite a bit.
That will help somewhat. That wide, so 2 more added to the total.
So the umpire, it's almost like a yawn and stretch. Put the hands out.
91 for 2 in 9.1.
That's a good straight hit. Is it out? Yes, it is. That's a brilliant running catch. Really, he was trying to swing for the fences here, Mohammed, but he goes for 37. A good running catch, and it might come at a price, though.
We've seen a few catches on this side of the ground, on both the offside and onside being not held on to. This one, higher in difficulty, but being able to hold on to it, doing himself some damage in the end. But the wicket goes. Faraz Mohammed goes.
Yeah, it was a
91 for 3.
nice tumbling effort there from Denzel Halls. He took the catch, but he might have just hurt himself in the process. So Sspl T20, who is replacing Faraz Mohammed, who just departed for 37, 38 Anselm Edmund, and Akido Joseph made 5. So those are the 3 men out. Wickets at 70, 86, and now 91.
Fielder now getting up off the turf since taking that catch at the fall of the last wicket. Bring a niggle to his shoulder, it seems like his left shoulder in landing after taking the catch, holding on to the ball.
I thought for a moment he was going to continue. It looked at as if he was going to stay on, but I think the pain might just be a little too much. And he has opted to step off the field. Maybe just get some treatment. You never know. Maybe a little massage.
Don't forget, we are still within the 10th over. This over where the scores are doubled.
And Shazam Mohammed is the substitute fielder.
Weeks to continue.
And really a gift there, starting wide and stayed wide.
And they're running one off it, so it's actually 4 runs off the delivery.
Yep.
Yeah. $95 for 3.
Again, everything is predominantly leg side. And so they're not really in a position where they can dominate the bowlers. They're swinging, but they're not. I don't think they're giving themselves enough opportunities. And again, this time it's gone just over the head of the fielder who was running around and thought he had a chance there.
So, in effect, you just hit a 12.
Yep.
Not too sure how they're going to score that into the app. That takes the score on to 109. Sometimes if you get 12 from an over, you're happy.
Yeah,
you got 12 off one ball.
You got 12 off one ball, you're good to go. Imagine you hit 6 sixes. And again, this time to the right of the fielder. Has some work to do down on that side. But he does well to limit them to just the 1 run.
$24 in the over so far.
Yeah, that's more like it. And that's a great shot, but again, good field placing out there. Just cutting off his scoring options and limiting them to just the single into end that over. So 113 for 3 now at the end of over number 10. And you consider they're not that far off it because it was 129.
Not that far off at all.
Yeah, and look at the smoke is coming. There's a lot more.
And bringing with it the ash
fire
as well.
there. The ash is blowing. It's coming from behind.
Yeah, when you consider the scores at this stage, the difference is not too much. It's just about 15 runs difference. But also consider that Piparo in the last couple overs will have slowed down somewhat. So if Pranz could put their foot on the accelerator and raise the tempo of the scoring, they're still in the game.
Yeah, they just have to keep going. That's the important thing. Losing wickets isn't going to help, but they don't have a choice. They have to keep going.
There are no more double overs to come. So they have to do it all on their own now.
And Now again, they're not able to find the boundaries. That's the big thing now. Opportunities for them for Sue to probably get started here. He's going to have to start quickly. He can't dwell too much. 10 overs already completed. And again, you look at that, he could hit that on either side of the wicket. Hit it through the offside, get an easy single there. Hit it on the
So much
outside.
space on both sides of the wicket.
And not able to do so. So these are deliveries that you have to take advantage of. There's no real zip in the bowling.
Yeah, this is where the game could get away from Pranz Garden.
It's another big hit, but again,
just one. Score moving on to 115. Duncan back on strike. He's on 8. I think the keeper would have done most of the damage there to the stumps. Stays on 115.
really now it becomes so much more of a daunting task when you get 3 or 4 in an over. Here's another one that is going to run close to the boundary. But again, when it's all said and done, they're only getting 2 runs for it.
3 fielders converging on that one. 11 overs completed. Pranz Gardens 117 for 3.
Yeah, they have to get a move on here. Somebody's going to have to, as they say, step up and carry this team if they want to get anywhere near that.
Required run rate though is just not just, but it's 13.33. It's not outrageously high at this point in time, and they have wickets in hand. So it's not an impossible task as we go into the final 9 overs. Not seen as a walk in the park.
Yeah, they have to find a way. That's the important thing here. It makes no sense to just kind of go through the motions. You have to really put your foot on the gas and try and get these runs. And you look at that field placing again. They have been strategically placed, and they're just like, as they say, taking the air out of the sail for the Pranz Garden. This too could be in play, and he takes it there. He just came back on the field, and he has gobbled up another one, Mr. Hall.
This time much simpler than the previous one. Getting under it, settling very nicely indeed, and taking it comfortably. 4th wicket goes, 118 for 4.
So again, they come in and go in rather quickly and without much of an impact. That's the sad sort of report that you'd have to give here. This is a great opportunity for guys who like to swing the bat.
I'm just looking at the energy or the lack of energy that the new batsman is making his way to the wicket with. Does give me a sense of purpose.
Yeah, Jadon Swift. He doesn't seem too swift right now.
$119 needed off 52 deliveries. Balance Sue still there on 16 of 6 deliveries. And joining him now, Jaden Swift.
And another one, but this one is not going to carry. And probably was a good thing too, because he was right in line with it. It came almost directly to me, just had to step forward.
For a second there, Mr. Hall thought he was in play for a third catch, but dropping well short of him. 119.
Actually, he already has a third catch. He's looking for a fourth, because he's been playing
all of the
three.
dismissals.
Yep. This one here, the one before this, was a nice running catch. The one that he got hurt on was a nice running catch. The other one was the first one was a skyer that he
At point.
took in there, and then the last one that came right down his throat. So Hall is having a good catching haul. And if somebody else could get in play, no, they won't. And that's gone for a maximum.
Just stepping outside the off stump, getting the length he wanted, pulling it over long on for 6. 125 for 4. Malanciu moves on to 22 from 8 deliveries, so he's going at a nice little tempo. The current run rate 10.56, almost up to 11s. Still short of the required rate of 13s.
And again, but a lot of effort going into the shot, but not much by way of production coming from that. So that ends another over, and it's 126 for 4 now after 12.
Shot coming from the players' benches. 14 runs and over needed. Just about what they need.
2 6s and over, and you're in business.
That's what Pranz will be thinking as we go into the final 8 now. Piparo, on the other hand, will be telling themselves a couple good overs, a couple tight overs, a couple wickets could ensure that Pranz come nowhere close.
Another one of those inviting deliveries.
Heaved onto the onside for just a single.
See if they're able to really keep the momentum going. It's a good single. I don't think in the general scheme of things that Lejean was averse to just keeping the total down to 1. He didn't even seem to the keen to run out either one batsman.
Yeah, Piparo will be quite happy with giving the singles at this stage with a required rate of almost 14 and over.
And again, but the umpires gonna have to make a decision here. Buys again.
Looking to go high over square leg, not making any contact. I guess obstructing the keeper's view as well.
Yeah.
So the 2 buys taking this one to 130.
Thing is that they need liftoff here in a big way, and just not getting it. It's just not happening for them. And this is the period here where they needed to step up. You know, even if you don't get 14, but at least try to get 10.
10,
10 and over,
yeah.
12 and over, so you're
Let's
still
keep
within
it-
striking
yeah,
distance.
Let's keep in the game.
Yep. And there's another swing and a miss.
A bit of an animated reaction from the bowler as well.
Yeah, because he's hunting a wicket here. He's telling himself he could get a wicket.
I wonder if there was a bit of an under edge to the keeper.
So shadows all around the field now. Really, they're just not loosening this stranglehold they have in the game here. The scoring is way below what is required, and they're not letting them in. 132 for 4 after 13.
Required rate now up to 15s, 105 needed of 42 deliveries. The mountain is getting higher.
Yeah, you're not seeing the, well, they're trying to swing the bat, but
That's in the desired results.
You know, yeah, they're not getting runs. But in the with the flow that they require, they need runs. They need runs quickly, and they need some big runs. So somebody is gonna have to come and get one or two really big shots, hit a couple out to the ground.
They have the target at over, and now is as good a time as any. You have 6 wickets in hand, going at 15.
And Hall is back in play now.
Hall is on the attack. Let's see if they'll target him.
And Denzel Hall, and first time is a wide. Remember, he just went off with a damaged shoulder, so I'm surprised he's back on the field bowling. But they figure if he's back out there and he can throw the ball, well, why not bowl the ball? Took 3 catches already. And he's bowled them all over the place, as we say, head in the air. And Swift never looked like he would impact the game.
Yeah, and that's the danger. That Swift really looking to go after Hall, not coming anywhere close to that delivery, and having his stumps rattled behind him. 5 gone now, 133 for 5.
Yeah, it's just not happening for them. This total is proven to be really a bridge too far, and they don't have the shot makers to really get them out of the mire here. Jason Cato is strolling out. So
133 for 5 in the 14th.
they still require 104 more runs, and there are 41 balls in which to get those runs.
Denzel Hall continues. Amongst the wickets now, in addition to his 3 catches.
Another quick single, and but it's just a single. That's the daunting task here for Pranz Garden. They need some of these singles to be turned into boundaries and sixes. They just need some carnage, but they're not having any of that.
I think Piparo Hall and Piparo and all the fielders will be very contented at this time of giving those singles to Pranz.
Cato is not happy.
Well, Cato pulled out and Halls is not happy.
He's probably saying, well, you're coming at me too fast, man. And he's gone with him. This could be another chance. And he just doesn't get there. But he does well, though, to keep it in play.
Just a moment of hesitation coming off the boundary.
Hall is not happy, but In the end, the ball was dying on him, and he was trying to really make up quickly.
Yeah, Hall seeing the replay shouting at him to get off the boundary to attempt the catch.
Yeah, it was a difficult chance indeed.
Wide and good take by the keeper.
Yep. He's trying to separate himself from his opening partner. Gomez, Gopi Chand Singh doing well behind the stumps, and maybe his all-round ability might give him the Player of the Match award.
Another one of those singles comfortably taken in the end with the slight misfield.
You'll give them that. You don't want anything. 2 runs, you can live with that. 1, you're happy, but you don't want boundaries and sixes. All of that is fine. In fact, you would relish that the rest of the way.
More pressure, so dot ball. 99 still needed of 37. That's a run rate of over 16 now.
And it's another one, spoons up in the air, and it's going to go all the way down to the boundary at third man. Once it clears that inner ring, there's very little the man could do. All he could do is turn and chase.
14 overs completed. Pranz Garden chasing 237. 142 for 5.
Question is, who do they have? Who they can send that could change the trajectory of this game for them? They need somebody to come and hit a quick fire. They need a Romario Shepherd, or somebody who can just appear on the scene and in the space of 2 or 3 overs have you right back on track. But the Romario Shepherds of this world don't grow on trees, so you can't go and pick one and bring him. You have to develop that.
Yeah.
Yep.
In my estimation, Romario Shepherd is the most improved cricketer that we've produced in quite a while.
And they didn't need to throw the ball. They're going to get the overthrow.
Absolutely not.
So they got the overthrow, and they'll take that. But like I said, even then they didn't get a boundary. It was just 2 runs. That's a good hit. That's backward of square. That's 4 runs.
Short, his body line is down the leg side. And Kato just turning around on it, helping its way behind square on the leg side. 1 bounce into the fence.
He got into his stumps nicely there. And cracked it brilliantly behind square for the boundary. Can he hit another one?
So it's meant to be leaving Kato, but it starts so wide down the leg side.
Yeah, it has no pace on it either.
That's better lined.
Still, they can't seem to get a move on. That probably is the biggest disappointment for them, that nobody has really been able to give them the kind of impetus that they need in this innings.
Single will bring up 150 for 5. Still in the 15th.
And I suppose if the coach looks at the bench and says, who who I could trust to go out there and get me a quick fire for 50 in double quick time. I'm sure everybody will put up their hands, but how many of them would be able to really execute something like that? This requires a lot of skill and a lot of determination as well.
"15 overs completed. Pranz Garden chasing 237 or 151 for 5. It means that Piparo will be needing more than 17 runs and over going into the final 5 overs.
Yep. It's not mission impossible, but
Still
it's
not.
becoming more and more so because of the lack of scoring. I can't say they're not trying, but do they have the tools to pull this off? Because the way they're swinging, they're just swinging. They're not really like picking out a spot and say that's where I'm going. So even if you don't get a 4, you're sure you're getting 2 or 3 runs because it's placed well. Here they're just swinging, and if they beat the field, they beat the field. And look at it, they have those 3 men backward behind the bat on the offside.
Yep.
And swinging to square leg, just a fumble there again. So they've had 1 or 2 opportunities to effect a run out. Nothing doing. Again, this one hangs up in the air, and again they can't get to it before it comes. Before it goes to the ground. Holt is not happy.
Not happy at all. Not pleased with that effort.
Well, that's because he would have been the one diving there, damaged shoulder and all.
Having taken the 3 catches, I guess you could.
There's a play for stumping, and he's gone. Brilliant work once again from this young man. He's having a monster game now, Gopi Singh. And another one bites the dust. Marlon Slew goes for 37, is it?
37 of 20. What a quick piece of keeping there. Even the delivery was faster. He did well to hold on to it and take off those bails as quick as he did. It's 153 for 6.
So Hall picks another pepper, and they're inching closer to completing an emphatic victory here.
Number 9 strolls to the wicket. Gideon Matthews for Pranz Garden. But a lot of work to do. The run rate now almost touching 19s. As the shadows almost now covering the outfield here at Brian Lara. 5:41 p.m.
So Gideon Matthews is out there. What can he do now? And immediately they set off for the single, and Hall didn't pick it up cleanly. I'm not sure why he bothered to pelt the ball at the stump. The batsman was much closer to he was almost in the crease when he released the ball.
Well, that's a piece of scramble there from Kato.
If he was going on the other end, I said, okay, if he has a chance, he had no chance on this end. That's a good shot. But again, it might only net them a couple. In fact, only one. Excellent work out in the deep again.
only one because he timed it so well as well. It went so fast to the fielder at the boundary, even though he had to come around to his left somewhat.
Yeah, it's a good bit of pickup and return by Weeks out there. And there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket. Not out, says the umpire. And Gopi Chand Singh has to retrieve the ball, although he just threw it up high in the air. 156 for 6 now after 16.
4 overs to go in this run chase, this huge run chase. Pranz chasing 237. Couple brilliant centuries earlier on in the day. No one in a Pranz garden being able to match or even come close to such a performance as it is now. 24 deliveries remaining. They need another 81.
Yeah, this is really becoming a mission impossible for them because they haven't been able to do what is required. Like I said, even if you don't get the 16 or 18 runs and over, you have to get into double digits on a regular basis. You need 1 or 2 big overs, and then you need 10 and over, 9 and over, 12 and over, just to keep you there. Right now they're getting 3 and 4 and over, nothing significant. If anything, it looks as if Piparo might be a little bit generous with their throws and the over throws that they're accumulating. And another easy single, and that's not going to hurt you, so you're not even vexed as a bowler. You're not annoyed, even if the fielders don't attack the ball as quickly as you would like. It's still just a single, it's nothing damaging.
And there's no intent for anything more at this stage.
Nope.
As they continue to turn the singles over. Run rate now reaching almost 23. So it seems to be the end of the road for Pranz at this juncture.
And this
This
one's up, but again it's going to fall safely.
And just 2. 161 for 6. 1 delivery left in the 17th.
And that's a good hit, but again, it's not going to hurt a little bit.
17 overs completed. Pranz Gardens 162 for 6, chasing 237. Required run rate of 25.
Yep, 162 represents a good score in a T20 game.
With 3 overs remaining.
With 3 overs remaining, but none of their batsmen, probably with the exception, I would say, Firoz Mohammed and even Ansim Edmund rather, nobody else has come to see and showed that kind of talent level. Talking of which, that's a brilliant shot, and that's gone for 6. As if to say, put my name on that list there, Ruskin.
Kato getting into the act.
He bludgeoned that one, but again, if it's a long hop, it's a long hop. You deal with it, and that's what we haven't seen from the others. Here it is, tries to cut it off. He does, but he couldn't pick it up cleanly.
Again, just a single. 169.
So Rivaldo Ali tumbling save there. And this one is in the air too, but again they all...
This will be the fielder for 4.
Yep.
A good piece of timing and the placement.
He got a long way to run to his right. The fielder is forward of square.
So a couple boundaries in this, the 18th over. 64 still needed of 15 though.
Yep, look at it. The entire field is almost covered now in shadows. Another single. So the bowlers will be happy that he's not leaking any more boundaries, Hall. But he just needs to finish off this over now. And that too is going to run to the boundary. That's gone for 4. So this has been a fairly productive over from them compared to the others we've had.
16 in the over so far. A couple 4s, a 6 and a couple singles. Was a little bit too late, I would think, for Pranz Gardens. They still need another 59 in the 13 deliveries. Kato, however, with those couple of boundaries, moves on to 22 from 12.
Now I was just about to say, now that they have shown a little life here, can they just keep it going? And this might be the end of Kato. That's a good running catch. Just when they looked like they were getting something going, disaster.
And another wicket for Halls as well, to add to his performance for the day in the field so far. As Pranz Garden fall to 178 for 7 with 2 overs remaining. Halls now with his 3rd wicket to accompany his 3 catches.
Yeah, Kato tried his best there. So 178 for 7, 18 overs completed, 12 balls to put a wrap on this encounter. But it has to be said, this game always was going to be difficult. 237 for a victory, and if he didn't get the kind of start that they wanted, and then not only that, you had to maintain and even build as you got through that middle phase. They just never had it. See another big ball of smoke coming out. It's almost like there's another cane fire in that area. Look at how dark the spot is.
This one does look big.
Coming out, it's a wide area.
That smoke will reach us here in a couple minutes.
Yeah, or maybe that's the final rights being issued there to Pranz Garden.
58 needed of 11.
And he's bowled him. He went down the wicket, head in the air, and Kenson Lewis starts his long trek back.
A mighty heave, a mighty swing at that, nowhere near it. Goes bowled. The 8th wicket falls, 179 for 8. Another 58 still needed in 10 deliveries remaining.
Yeah, they're dropping like candles now. Randy Samaru.
Gideon Matthews still out there, 11 of 8 deliveries unbeaten. Four deliveries left in this penultimate over, and the final over to come. 179 for 8.
Yeah, this has been a fairly one-sided. That's not a bad shot. Might get a boundary here as well. And
more footballing skills coming into play on the boundary. Keeping them down to 2. 181 for 8.
Yeah, that's what happens when you're on a nice surface like this. You could dive about the place. So many guys you see putting in dives and sliding and This is not in the savannah to marry when you dive, so when you get up, you're in serious pain, you know.
When you get up, you're seeing blood.
Yeah, when you go home, your mom's had to pick out of your hand, all kind of thing. Ooh, he put it down. Well. It came at him at a peculiar angle there, Rampasad. I don't think he expected it. The man was swinging more towards mid-wicket. And again, that's a good shot. That took it one away for 4.
That does.
And
an excellent piece of time in there from Samaru to end the over. 19 overs gone. Pranz Garden 185 for 8, but they're chasing 237.
so can they? Well, they did well to bat out the 20 overs. Well, they reached 19 already. So they've done very well to reach this far in the innings. But they're still so far adrift of where they need to be.
Yeah, some 52 runs is still needed as we go into the final over. As the sun begins to set in the western horizon.
So Weeks it is who's going to close it off. And he bowls an iron ball there, right up in the block hole.
What a delivery to start the final
Yeah,
over
that's
with 52 needed.
That's the type of ball that could break the bottom of your bat, yes, with the toe of the bat. I think they'll get a leg by. I'm not sure if he got bat onto that. Looked like pure pad.
Leg by signal by the umpire.
So again, all in all, this has been a fine outing for Piparo Scorchers. They posted a mammoth 236 for 1. Gopi Chansing 101 and Antonio Gomez 110 not out. And then the bowlers put on a fantastic show here, even though this one went for a boundary. And Halls has done very well. I think he had 3 wickets.
3 wickets and 3 catches.
Actually 4 wickets. Yep, 4 wickets and 3 catches. So he's been in the thick of things right through. Didn't get a chance to do
bat.
anything with the bat, but he certainly made up for in the field and with the ball.
Sure you would not have mind.
That's another chance taken. Nice running catch there coming in, Antonio Gomez. So he too has had a great day. And he's looking to cap it off here now to the good running catch.
9th wicket goes for Pranz Garden. They're now 190 for 9. We've seen a few catches go down this afternoon. This one held safely by Gomez. 190 for 9 with 2 deliveries remaining. Another 47 runs needed. New batsman Romario Singh coming in at number 11 for Piparo Scorchers, who are about to seal a rather comprehensive victory in this one.
Yeah, and they thoroughly deserve it too. With a batting display like that, to bat as well as they did, to then lose would have been sacrilegious. You can't spoil such a good batting performance with an inept bowling display. And despite the best efforts of the Pranz Garden batsmen, they're going to come up way short.
Yeah, most definitely. Pranz started very positively, as they should. But after they fall off a couple wickets up top, they seem to have nothing else that could counter and reach anywhere near this target. 1 delivery left.
Yep, so Weeks has 2 for 50. And so So that is the end of the contest. 191 for 9 is as far as they reached.
191 for 9, the final score in this one for Pranz Garden, chasing 237. That was posted earlier on by the Piparo Scorchers. It brings an end to this encounter of the Southern Sports Premier League T20 Cricket Fiesta 2026. That was coming to you live from the Brian Lara Stadium.
Yeah, so they completed a 45-run victory, comprehensive one at that, and I'm sure they'll be thrilled about that as they move on in the competition and really set themselves up nicely here to show that they would be a force to be reckoned with, and we'll see how things transpire there. So as the players make their way off, we certainly thank you for being with us. Remember, we still have quite a bit coming up here on 360 TV. Tomorrow we'll be back, and we look forward to you joining us. We have another packed day of action. It's cricket, it's football, and maybe one or two other disciplines thrown in there as well. Azim Mandal has been my special guest today, and so thanks to you, Azim, for being with me.
It's been a pleasure. It's been a pleasure. Wonderful being here with you, Ruskin.
And look forward to seeing you again real soon.
Of course.
So that is the situation, folks. A comprehensive victory here by 45 runs to the Piparo Scorchers after they limited the Pranz Garden outfit to 191 for 9 in their 20 overs, and so 45 runs the margin of victory to the Piparo Scorchers. And that's where we're going to leave you from the Banlara Cricket Academy for today. Remember, stay with us on 360 TV as we have you covered for all that is good and positive in sport here in TNT and the region. So until tomorrow, I'm Ruskin Mark. Thanks so much for being with us, and we look forward to your company then.